What's up, everybody? How's it going? I hope this looks good. I want to try it out again. I've not played Cyclone since 0.18, 0.19. Yeah, Cyclone's been good for a few leagues now. I mean, it's always kind of been good, but it's been getting buffed and buffed and buffed, and I played Cyclone for almost a year and a half now, because Settlers was like a year, and Settlers was like a year long almost, and I played Cyclone as my main. That's when I came up with the build, basically. So, yeah, I mean, it's been pretty solid for almost a year and a half. I'm really excited about the 20% more damage. It's essentially like having an extra support gem. What's up, Nish? So yeah, I thought I'd level up another character tonight. We have about a week into the league, so I figured I might level one more character. So people can see what it's like over the weekend leveling a character, doing maps and all that if they're interested. And yeah, that's pretty much the plan. I think for this, I made a new league, so I have Keepers of Flame SSF test. That's where my character for the past week is. I made a new league, Keepers of Flame SSF test 2. So this is where we'll be leveling the new character tonight. Yeah, so I think I'm just going to get started here. I don't know what I want to name this character. We're going to do a mule first, but yeah, I think for me personally, it's worth muling Scion to get to the first town, because you get the free spectral throw and you get some extra gear and stuff to start out, some extra wisdom scrolls. Because you really want to get 2 iron rings and a belt as soon as possible. In Act 1 it really helps out with the Fizz damage. That kind of falls off after that, but let me see, quick, let me go back. I'm just gonna look through. Alright, we'll use that, I guess. Alright, let's make our Scion mule. So yeah, we're just going to level up a character tonight and maybe do a few maps before I crash, and then over the weekend the plan is just kind of go through Atlas progression so people can see what the build looks like. You know, SSF, limited, very restricted limited mode, no trade, no economy. I'm gonna make a couple characters this weekend, try Splitting Steel, one-hand spectral throw. Yeah, so the plan is to do one-hand spectral throw right now. I'll show you what that kind of looks like. But Splitting Steel I think might be good. Also Ground Slam is also not bad. But I think spectral throw is just gonna feel quicker leveling. Yeah, you can pretty much use a 350 to 400 PDPS weapon to get through all of the Atlas progression. You kind of want a better weapon when you're doing like bossing. So like I did my Uber Elder and Maven kills last night for my last 2 Void Stones on the other test character, and it was a little rough because not having like a higher PDPS weapon at that point felt kind of bad on Maven, but I still got it done. Oh, that's right, you were here. Yeah, it wasn't too bad, but it was definitely, you know, longer than I would have liked to be fighting Maven. I still got it within 6 portals, but it was definitely rough. Alright, so we're just gonna dump all of our stuff in here.
Empire awaits you with open
Thanks for the follow.
doors.
Bulk, much appreciated. Oh, I got the skip tutorial on. You think the buff is going to be enough to start before campaign with Cyclone? It's enough to start before campaign with Cyclone already. You'll see me do it tonight. I swapped to Cyclone in Act 3. So it's gonna feel like even better basically. I wouldn't say they're useless. You can sometimes get good items that drop, but I would definitely say I wouldn't worry too much about it per se. We don't use any Val gems except Val Molten Shell, so it could be worth it for the Val Molten Shell, but yeah. I have my regex here for searching. Basically looking for 3 red links. If we don't see a 3 red link, it's not worth taking anything there right now. And then we're gonna pick up an iron ring. That's fine, there's no, we'll go for 2 iron rings.
The Empire lives on, and so do its most loyal of servants.
Actually should have checked if there was movement speed boots. I'll be really sad if there is. Okay, we lucked out. Should be the first thing you should actually look for. Thanks, Garo for the sub. Alright. Yeah, we're really looking for like a 3 red link early on from the vendor, because when we go Sunder at the end of Act 1, we want to be able to just make the swap pretty easy. So mostly that regex is looking for 3 red link, as well as it's looking for movement speed boots. It's primarily what we're looking for.
The Empire lives on, and so do its most loyal of servants.
We would get the unique down here. Wow, thanks for the prime, Noi. Much appreciated. Alright, I'm just trying to find my 3rd fossil without dying here. Here it is. Our attack speed is garbage right now. Yikes. Alright, let's get out of this death trap zone. Saved by the level, holy moly. I think it's south of here. Or actually no, it's north. It's right up there. I'm gonna die to freaking Rose. definitely worth grabbing that Scroll of Wisdom. Oh, I'm going into my other SSF character. I hate how whenever you start a new league, it always does that. It doesn't kick in. Alright, so for a Quicksilver Flask, we're going to trade in that. This place is another death trap. This and the mudflats are like the two worst zones. Well, no, prison's actually pretty bad too. Kind of want to get out of prison as quick as possible. I want that medium life flask. Is it worth dying for? Yes. Yes, it is. Haste is kind of terrifying right now. Slayer going to be better Ascendency than Champion for Cyclone Shockwave? 100%. Champion, in my opinion, is not worth playing until you have, like, I think Champion could be good once you have a bunch of uniques and you're already, like, pretty far progressed with your base character. But I would never start Champion over Slayer for Cyclone on a league start. I think if your primary focus is to boss, once you get like all the uniques to scale the fortification with the new Ascendency rework from 3.26, it's probably worth it because you'll be a lot tankier. But yeah, until you get those like really expensive uniques and you can scale that damage, I wouldn't do it. Gotta grab the large life flask, 100%, even if we die. Yeah, no problem. This is where like I gotta get like better handle on. You get a better handle on what I want to sell and what I want to do here. Go check vendor. There's that 3 red link, so we're gonna take that for Sunder. That's perfect. And I'll grab these armor evasion boots. I'm just grabbing a bit of gear now just to make the character a little bit more tanky. Grab like this, and that's good. Alright, so we're in a pretty good spot now. We already have our 3 link for the end of the act. Pretty good. I'm probably gonna die here. Their way around that. I didn't want to go in here, that's for sure. Hoping I get past it. Don't think this is the right way, but we'll see. It's a crazy drop right there, this early on. Yeah, I always get baited to go left there when I should just probably go north. I'm gonna die here. The bad spot to be. There's no way. Where's the exit? Round and around I go. Ooh, sapphire ring, that's nice. Bro. Hey man, you going the full loop again? I am corn. We're gonna level up tonight, and then I figure I got a week left for League, so I'll do one more SSF character, do the loop. Yeah, I was hoping I'd get like a 2 green and a red right now. Would have been pretty good. But c'est la vie. Double green red chest. I'm keeping, well, I guess I could take it now and just swap to this when I do Sunder. I didn't like think to look at the chest because I'm using, keeping this 3-link red for when I go Sunder, but I won't be going Sunder for another 5 or 10 minutes, so maybe, yeah, I think it's this other way.
The Empire awaits you with open jaws.
Hitting the wrong button for my dash. Rip. Thanks, Mon, for follow. Much appreciated. Goatmen are terrifying, without. Should have Sunder pretty soon here. Tried to force you into practice day, quit after some minutes hating it with nothing on the line. Yeah. Well, I guess for me, it gives me a chance to let people see the build and leveling again. So, and I get a chance to interact with you guys, so that's kind of fun. I feel like I kind of like know what I'm basically doing through leveling at this point. I have a pretty good idea of like how this goes. I was responding to a comment yesterday about how like SSF gives me a chance to see the build in its like lowest end state, because you know when you play trade you can easily get everything you need to, you know, solve all the problems with your build. But on, you know, SSF, you have to work for the resources or you have to get lucky with drops. So it kind of lets me experience the build at a low end. So that way, when I do play trade, I appreciate it more. Okay. Alright, so now we're looking basically to get a two-hander, so we're going to go Sunder. So, not lucky there. I guess we have this this axe that's level 13, which is actually, that's really good. It's really good. We just need to get some levels in. Guess we can do leap slam now with faster attacks, and we can drop dash. Don't need dash anymore. Swap over to a his ring or cold resist ring for Maribel. Yeah, the plan is we really want to get this two-hander, so we can go for that. We haven't unlocked Sunder yet. I think we have to get to Maribel's zone to unlock Sunder. I didn't take Portal. Rip. Oh, dude, I didn't grab the Waystone. Guess we're running back. That sucks. Talk about wasting time. But yeah, what I basically need here is, I do need to get some levels in, so I can equip the axe. Oh, that's huge. Waypoint was up here. Rip. At the very least, I gotta hit 12 to be able to use Sunder. I think 12 is Sunder, so. This is like the Roa from hell. Do I start SSF or normal trade? I think because of async trade being introduced, I can't play SSF. I really want to play trade and experience that. Yeah, I really want to do trade. So I'm really excited about like being able to just put stuff in the shop and not have to ever trade with people. Like there'll be probably some niche situations, maybe like buying in bulk where I'll trade with people for things, but the fact that I won't have to, ooh, no lightning resist, that was fun. The fact that I won't have to actually trade with people for most trades anymore is fantastic. Yeah, as soon as I saw them add that to PoE 2, I was like, oh, that's gonna be so good when they introduce that into PoE 1. And I was very confident it was coming this league because it was kind of like the same with the currency exchange, I believe. They implemented it and then it was in the next PoE 1 league. I believe it was that quick. I'm not misremembering it. I'm killing some extra mobs here because I'm trying to hit level 12. I believe that's when we can actually use Sunder, and I might just have to buy another axe. So just getting some extra mob kills in here. guys are really bad. Actually, just gonna redo Cavern real quick. Got Sunder now. But you know what? I should have grabbed my other support that I'm gonna want. So
The Empire awaits you with open jaws.
grab Ruthless. Alright, so we got our gems. Also, I should probably grab my ores while I'm here.
The
Before I
Empire
forget.
awaits you with open jaws.
Grab War Banner. Thanks GX and Rogue for the follows. Okay. That's kind of terrifying. Oh no, no, no. Saved by the level. Alright, let's go ahead and grab this. Oh, I didn't buy an axe. Rip. Alright, that's fine. I can't even get the Jade Chopper. Rip. We'll probably just go ahead and use a sword then. Can I even buy anything? I can't even buy a weapon right now. Crazy. I don't want to get rid of Chromie or an Alk. So I'm just gonna have to keep Spectral Throw until I actually hit, but did I render my Merciless? I'm an idiot. Super inefficient gameplay. Yeah, I guess I just gotta do Spectral Throw, so. Do we hit 13? The struggle is real to get to level 13. Another leveling. Sheesh. Yeah. I'm gonna do one more. We got a week anyways, so gives me a chance to show off the build and if we're interested. Just want to hit 13. I'm not asking for a lot here. Should hit right here. Finally. Success. Oh yeah, the buffs are nice. 40 or 20% more damage to all gem levels of all Cyclone skills is crazy good. Alright, so we can use our axe now. So basically we're going to drop this, equip axe. We don't need spectral throw anymore. Chance to bleed on Sunder. Keep our decoy totem. Figure that out here in a second. We're going to equip this large flask. Get rid of that. Get rid of these. Then I'm just looking for a helm or something with our reds. I need like some red gems. So like any helm. This is fine. I like keeping decoy totem for a little bit. Just feels good. Alright, let's go do Marvel.
The Empire awaits you with open jaws.
Thanks, Sai, for the follow. Appreciate it. Alright. Still not my my best leveling here. Time speed. I'd like to still shave off another 10 minutes on Act 1, but we'll take it, I guess. Ooh, baby. Not having any cold resist is a lot of fun. Oh, you think I'm good? Hey, I appreciate it. You can see the power of the bleed and Sunder once we make the transition. Is ground slam similar damage? I like having the water cone versus the deeper path. I think ground slam damage is a little bit less than Sunder. But it's better clear, obviously. You're only using a slam skill until like Act 3, so I would say like play whatever you feel like you want to play, you know what I mean? Whatever you think you're going to have the most fun doing. Don't do whatever anyone else is doing just for the sake of doing it. Ooh, movement speed boots. Heck yeah. Let's put leap slam here. Faster attacks. We're going to sell all these other items. And we're going to roll. Oh my gosh, this is death right here. It's like a giant death trap. I'm gonna do Den because I want a Bismuth fast, so I'm gonna go do this quest, side quest real quick. Knock this out. Oh, we need to definitely do this right here. Okay. You can just see how hard Sunder hits with that bleed tech. It's really nice. Like we're pretty much grooving now until we get to pretty much grooving until we get to Cyclone and General's Cry at this point. Act 1 is the worst, I swear. Like, just getting through it. You really want me to do the Beast quest, huh? Alright, Einhar. Let's see how it is. Bro's like, will you just please capture some beasts? Steadfastly ignoring him. I don't even have Ruthless on my setup yet. Been a while, but glad to see you're still going, brother. Yeah, it's been, what, a few months, Eric, since we did this last go-around. Good to see you again. Good to see all the familiar faces. All the fellow Cyclone enjoyers. Been to win his life choice. Hi there. Yeah, I had 3 jobs and shit, but now no jobs again. Ooh. Yeah, I've had a crazy work schedule the last week. We've been doing a lot at work, so doing my first SSF character was really rough because, like, I just had a lot going on. I didn't get to play as much as I wanted to. I'm hoping to get more time in on this character. I'm taking Friday off for the league start, and I'm also going to be taking the following Monday off. So I'm going to be giving myself a nice 4 days to really get into the league, and then it's back to work, having to manage work with everything. Adulting. Those green heist contracts, is it safe to ignore or destroy them? Yeah, if you don't want to do heists, you can just drop them in a zone and get them out of your bags. If you want to do heists, it's worth doing the quest because you unlock rogues by doing those. If you decide you want to do heists later, it's not a bad idea just to knock them out, only because like it's just XP, right? They take like a few minutes to do, and it's just free XP. And you get like decent bubblegum currency from heists also, so it's typically not the worst thing in the world to do. Why am I still running around here? I got my stuff. Alright, I did that so we can grab this Bismuth flask, because right now obviously our resistances are scuffed. I'm gonna put that there. I'm gonna go ahead and start populating my new stash. Flask tab. Let's go knock out one of the bandits. I did Cyclone in 3.126 and had a blast, but League started with Champion. Damage was so I transitioned to Kinetic Blast Champ, hoping the Slayer version. Slayer is way more damage than Champion, League starting. I think a lot of people got baited into Champion. Champion is not bad for Cyclone, but I feel like if you want to take advantage of the new Ascendency stuff, you're going to want to have like all the uniques that scale the fortification stacks. You're going to want to already have like a lot of stuff going before you make the swap to Champion for maybe doing like an Uber Bosser or something. But on a League Star scenario, yeah, it's a lot. I think a lot of people would have had a much better experience going Slayer. If you drop those items, by the way, those heist items, you'll get them again when you loot new smugglers. So it's not like you lose them forever. So you can spec your Atlas into doing heists and get them later if you really want. Yikes! You just hit the mobs, my dude. Just hit the mobs. This guy is kind of annoying. He teleports around a lot. It's kind of dumb. Bro. Alright. I just gotta get like one good bleed on him and get him to move around, so finishes him off like that. Do we have info on when we're going to see the complete Bloodline Ascendancies? I haven't seen any news yet on that myself. I'm always amazed by people who do stuff like Heist or Delve. I'm so simple-minded, just map and follow my ambush addiction. I'm probably going to do Blight and Ritual on League Start. I think Blight's a lot of fun. It's a lot of passive currency. And I just enjoy Ritual as a League mechanic, so I'm going to be doing that with some Breach stuff. Since Breach is not on the Atlas tree, it's just the League mechanic. It's going to be lots of Ritual circles, Breach circles, and then I'll be doing Blight. But at some point, I think I might play around with Heist during the League too. So we'll see. If I'm going trade, I don't need to try to get a replica Stampede from Heist. I can just buy a Stampede. So my incentive for doing Heist is not as great as if I was doing like SSF. If I was playing SSF, I would probably target focus Heist, because I think it's a better way of getting the Stampede boots and actually doing Blight. Yeah, I feel like PoE 1's in a really good spot now where there's a lot of viable builds that people can do. Went the wrong way. It's all the way back around here. I'm a dummy. Delve is simple minded, but it's a good money maker. Well, it was. I think they removed Doriani's. Used to be like a requirement for getting like your unique map challenge, and that used to be decent money when one would drop. But they've taken that out the last few leagues. But you can still sell like the boss kills and stuff. Alright, we gotta go find Trial. Oh, you can't find the breakable walls even if your life depended on it? Yeah. Yeah, Delve is, I don't know. I think Delve is kind of like Blight. It's pretty chill until you get like really deep, and then like it gets pretty scary pretty quick, and you usually need like a specific build at that point to do that kind of stuff. Some people have been asking me if like my build can do deep delve, and I'm like, I'm gonna say no. It's not built around doing deep delve, but I've never actually tried it. I think it could go a couple hundred deep and be okay, but eventually you'd hit a pretty strong wall. Expedition is really good on League Start. Rod crafting is especially pretty good the first couple days of a league for making currency. Yeah, most people don't go. I mean, a lot of the good stuff you want from Delve is like what? Like, isn't it like around 2 to 250 Delve level? So most builds can do that. So if you just want to do Delve as a mechanic for money and like a farm strategy, I feel like a lot of builds can do it. Because a lot of the stuff you want to sell comes from, you know, I think it's like 2 to 250, right? Delve depth. And that's doable on most builds. Oh, Earthquake is super good. Kind of been wanting to like make an old school Juggernaut EQ build. Resonators are going to be more expensive also since they nerfed the Azurite. Yeah. Expedition seems pretty complicated, but I didn't play this league. I just set charges and blow stuff up. So basically with Expedition, it depends. So like really you can sell the Expedition logbooks, so those usually sell pretty good. And then what I typically do with Expedition is ROG crafting. So I target farm ROG with the Atlas tree, and I try to make a lot of jewelry and boots the first couple days of the league. Because what everyone wants, like, the first couple days is life and resistance gear, right? They want good rings and amulets and boots and stuff that have life resistances and movement speed. So I try to use ROG to craft those types of items. And you can usually sell stuff for Divine, 2 Divine pretty easily if you craft, like, if you get lucky and craft the right stuff. And then you get the bubblegum currency from Tujin. Yeah, it's pretty good. It's not a bad time. And then you can just sell the logbooks. Like, you don't have to run them. Like, a decent logbook will sell, like, for 30 chaos, 35 chaos. Yeah, Danning's good for rerolling currency if you need it. What I typically do for bandits is I go for Lyra. I find that like getting assistance with resistances early on is just too good to pass up on. I saw Karn try and POB and Volcanic Fissure Snake, and I really hope it won't be the meta again. I mean, didn't they, like, nerf the crap out of it? I didn't look at specifically what they nerfed, but I know a lot of smart people looked at it and they were like, I think this is pretty much dead at this point. But I mean, Karn is the melee god, so if anyone's going to figure it out, it'd be him, right? So... I think Earth Shatter is what a lot of people are recommending now, after Sunder leveling. Alright, we'll go do Weaver real quick. Bit of a sleeper for slams is Ice Crash of Cadence. Might be possible to Cyclone one-hand shield with that shield. Cyclone with a shield. Is that like a new unique shield you're talking about? I haven't even seen that. Like new to the new league? I'll have to take a look. Because, you know what could be interesting is, my whole build is designed around scaling block. If you could get decent damage with a one-hander and a shield playing Cyclone, and still go block on the left side of the tree, that'd be pretty dope, actually. Could be interesting, yeah. Could be doable, yeah. It's worth maybe theory crafting later this week. All right. Let's get through Act 2 here. Get nah. So this run, if you've noticed, you don't see any mercs right now. If you've been paying close attention, you'll notice that there's no mercenaries in every zone I go in. So when I did this SSF private league this time, I set it to just standard SSF. So we're not even gonna get any assistance from gear from rogues. No looking at their stashes for currency. No assistance whatsoever. So this is a pure test of like actually a worst case scenario, because I don't even have the power creep with the new Breach League. So this is like, to me, the definitive test, because I ain't getting shit from mercs. Yeah, standard SSF. So when I made this private league, you can select the game mode. You can pick like mercenaries, you can pick mercenaries SSF. I went with standard SSF, so I wouldn't even have the mercenaries as an option for me to see. Whoa. Little graphics issue right there. It's interesting. Ritual is so scary early on here when you don't have like any chaos resistance. He's actually pretty scary like on my last character because he had no chaos resistance. How's Cyclone versus Harbies? Cyclone versus Harbies is great. You just stand there and spin and they die. It's a pretty good time. 10 out of 10, would recommend. Chaos damage while leveling feels very common now. Yeah. Always go the wrong way. Always going the wrong way. Is it scary? How's the defensives? Chaos resistance is one of those things that you don't have to really worry about until you do. It's you just get chunked by certain mechanics. Like Ritual has a lot of chaos mobs that do a lot of chaos damage, so if you want to do Ritual as a farm strategy, like when you get to maps, you're going to want to make sure to prioritize getting your chaos resistance capped. I imagine the new Breach is going to have a lot of chaos stuff in it. That seems to be a common thing that they're doing now, is just everything does chaos damage from the League mechanic. So I would expect Breach to have a lot of chaos damaging mobs. But usually on trade, it's pretty easy to get your chaos resistance at least to like 45 to 50% on this build. It can be a little difficult getting 75%, but getting like 40% plus is pretty doable on this build, especially with amethyst rings. Probably try to get a few levels in. I'm like 6 levels under right now. Kind of been blasting the last few levels with just speeding through stuff. I think 4 levels under is like the sweet spot you want to be at for like leveling. Oh my gosh, a Regal Orb. Act 2. Let's go. Live in a 2-hand. Falls off a cliff like no other spec because you only get 2 useful Ascendencies with 2 hands. Yeah. Well, if I'm playing Gladiator, I'm typically playing Shield with a 1-hand. Like, that's kind of like how I do it. I think that's how most people do it, right? Yeah, all my plan now is based on the hope that I won't get cooked by not finding any Bloodline Ascendancies that works with this. I wonder if they're going to stagger the information out over the week. I mean, it's a good, like, PR thing to do. Keep the interest going. I don't see why they would keep all the Ascendancies secret until, you know, after the league launches. But I could see them staggering out over the next week just to keep the hype going. As well as maybe 1 or 2 other things they might reveal. Alright, this is where, ooh, I might die here. I have no resistances. Ooh, that is some weird latency I'm getting right there. This is where the decoy totem actually would be pretty helpful. We killed each other at the same time. How appropriate. It did imply in video more Bloodline Ascendancies, yeah. I'm torn between Smite or Cyclone. I'm so bad at keeping with the damn build. You gotta do whatever you think is fun, you know? Like, If you think you're gonna have more fun playing Smite, play Smite. If you think you're gonna have more fun playing Cyclone, play Cyclone. I just super enjoy Cyclone. It's a smooth league starter. It's smooth through the leveling campaign. It's all around just a great way to start the league. Great way to start the league, farm up currency. And you can take it into most areas of the end game if you want to. So it can't do everything, and it doesn't do. And what it can do at the end game, other builds do better. But with enough investment, you can do most things if you want to keep playing it. But as a league starter, it is fantastic. Let's just head up here and find Tolman. So this is the act where we will go Cyclone. So what we're looking out for now is a staff. Our priority in Act 3 is we need to find a staff as a base that we can either do the vendor recipe on. Eventually in this act you unlock the physical recipe on your bench. You need 6 alterations. So we're looking for a staff, and then we hopefully get like a whetstone for the easier craft. Otherwise, you want to try to ID all your rares. We're aiming to have 6 alterations by the time we exit this act. Bro, don't make me do it. Perma Val, hey, Cyclone with the new bloodline for Val skills. Yeah, the thing about like Val Cyclone, the only thing I don't like about it is it sticks you in place while it's going, you know, so you don't keep moving. So that's like kind of the only thing I really don't like about it. I think it's really great when you're doing like group play with other players because you can kind of get all the mobs grouped up for everybody. But it is kind of fun in the sense that it's a little memey, you know, you're like a giant vacuum cleaner. I have no idea. I would imagine it does. I don't see why it wouldn't proc Shockwave. I don't know if it procs Shockwave when you use the Val ability, so that's a good question. I've never tested it. Obviously the regular part of the Cyclone gem would. I feel like all through 3.26 the prison's been in a weird layout in this zone. Or the lab's been in a weird layout in this zone. Actually, this is not bad. The extra ring ascendancy? Yeah, I don't know about that. I'm sure there's someone that's going to cook up something really good. The fact that you have to give up another like amulet or belt or whatever for it is interesting. But I'm sure someone will cook something up. Like until you get like a mage blood, your belt slot's usually just life and resistances, so I can see most people giving up their belt slot for it in like the earlier part. I don't know about like later on what you'd want to give up. I guess it would have to be your amulet maybe. When you give up on utility class? Oh, no, I'm not giving up class. That sounds crazy.
The Empire
I'd
lives
100%
on,
give up my
and so
belt
do
before I
its
give up my
most loyal of
class.
servants.
Thanks, Bass, for the sub. It could be like worth it, I think, like early on, but I think like flasks are
The
too.
Empire lives on,
I feel like they're too
and
important
so
in
do its
the.
most
I
loyal of servants.
feel like they're too important in the end game, especially when you're bossing. Thanks, Claude, for the sub. Like being able to stack up your resistances or have that life when you need it. I guess we do Clarissa and unlock Annoyance. Even though she's gonna overwhelm us, there's no way we're gonna kill these mobs. But what the heck? Alright, let's see how bad this is gonna be. Teleporting mobs are ridiculous. Ah. We did it, I think. That's cool. I don't know. Like, I could see, like, going Warden if you're trying to do some kind of Ellie Cyclone, maybe. Like, some kind of Ellie conversion. But, for me personally, I enjoy the old school Fizz and Pale Cyclone Slayer vibe. Let's use a third ring. Yeah, but that's not specific to Warden. You can run that bloodline on anything, so... I don't know if it's worth giving up 2 points on Slayer Ascendency for it, but... I guess you're looking at Ascendancies where giving up points feels more sensible. I'd rather go Inquisitor, free crit crap, and ignore elemental defenses. Yeah, I feel like an Inquis Cyclone could be pretty interesting, for sure. Someone's brought that up to me, actually, in the last day. You want to give up those flasks for tinctures. So just go all in on tinctures on Warden, yeah. It makes a lot of sense, actually. It doesn't include tinctures. Sub 4 hour with Cyclone? Hell nah, dude. I did my SSF run this past week and I was still 7 hours on the run. It's pretty sad. I think 7 hours is just kind of like what it's going to be for me. I'm trying to improve, but you know, I get sidetracked. I don't do the most efficient thing at vendors. Huh. Don't say that. Yeah. I think I'd get pretty burnt out if I was just doing back-to-back speed runs, but like doing 1 or 2 of these before every league just to get everything fresh in my head doesn't really bug me, actually. Because like all I want to do right now is play PoE, so like I can either go on my mercenaries character and just like do dumb shit, or I can actually like get the dopamine rush of like leveling a new character up and gearing it and all that kind of stuff. And I like doing the SSF because it really like puts me in the lowest side of the build. You know, I don't have access to trade, I can't solve problems very easily, so it lets me see any red flags or things that I otherwise would overlook with the build. I mean, it's 20% for Cyclone. I think it's going to be pretty noticeable. Now that guy is a machine. I watch his videos. I can't do what he does. I'm nowhere near as efficient. I mean, the 20% buff to Cyclone is still 20% buff to Cyclone. Like, Shockwave is damage, but you have to understand, Shockwave is like... It's not as much damage as I think people think it is. It's a support gem. Like... It's not like it's doing 80% of the damage on your Cyclone Link. So a 20% flat buff to the gem is huge in terms of more damage. Yeah, it's more for the AoE and clear, like the big bursts. But you're not getting like 80% of your damage from your like. Let me pause my timer real quick. We're gonna talk about this. Yeah, it's not nothing, but it's not like, you know. To say that 20% to Cyclone is not that big is like 20% more damage. That's essentially a support gem. Like... So like if we look at our build here... So Cyclone of Tumult, yeah, it's like 4.5. Shockwave is essentially 1.7. So yeah, it's definitely like 30% of your damage. So like if I look at my Cyclone setup and I drop Shockwave, you know, we lose like, you know, 2.8 whatever it is million. But then if I go here, say we throw on like Conk Effect or something, you know, we're at 18.6 again. So like it's a support gem at the end of the day. Yes, it's a lot of damage, but like I can slop in another support gem and get basically the same damage on the build I had. It's not like it's this insane amount of damage that you can't play the build without it. What it's for is for like that AoE burst clear. That's really nice. So a 20% more damage to Cyclone is huge. You can edit the files, Nish, the Lua files, or there's like gem files that you can edit if you want to do that. And just do it to like the level 20 version of the skill. I'm just lazy and haven't bothered doing anything like that. My timer got boinked. Alright, so we have to add... that sucks. Hold on, let me see if I can... I don't think I can fix that. Rip. Hold on, because I hit the wrong keybind. Let me check the settings here. Is there a way to fix what I just did? Undo the split 8? Let's see. Can I undo the split? I don't think I can go back, unfortunately. I don't think I can fix this. Can I add time to the timer? Yeah, I think the damage is going to be dope, personally. I don't know if I can reset this. Let's see. Oh, open splits, here we go. From file, maybe? Oh no. I guess it's if you save a split. Edit history. Alright, let me add a note here. Okay, add 1 hour 23 minutes to the timer when you're looking at it. Makes me sad. Pro streamer. I wouldn't play this on Jug or Ascendant. I think Slayer is the de facto. In my head, if you're playing a Fizz damaging Cyclone with Impale, you definitely want to League start a Cyclone. Jug's gonna basically be like Z DPS. Technically, your Cyclone Shockwave is more what GGG wants to see. I hope so. I don't want them to nerf it. I would say Champion is better for Impale once you have the uniques. I think Champion with Impale is still way less damage than Slayer without the uniques. And the reason I say that, let me properly pause my timer right now. The reason I say that is we go crit on this Slayer build. So I'll look at the POB with you guys real quick. We go crit on the build, right? And then we start using Impale damage. Because once you're scaling crit, you want to scale Impale. While Impale is better on Champion, like Champion is never going to do as much damage as Slayer until you scale those fortification stacks with Celestial Brace and all that other stuff. I mean, I'd have to look at the numbers, but I feel like a Giga maxed out, like lots of Divine invested Slayer is doing far more damage than Champion that just has a Watcher's Eye. Because yeah, you have to remember, like, you know, on my build we're using, we're also using Watcher's Eye with the Impale tech. Yeah. I'm not saying it doesn't stack a lot. I'm just saying that, I don't know. I'd be curious to see how much damage a Champion does without the tech to scale fortification with the Ascendency rework against a Slayer that has, you know, this kind of gear. I mean, if you remember the string stacking Cyclone Shockwave, it is technically nothing about cyclone damage, so yeah, the 20% cycle buff is for people like you, not for those Weapaka. Well, yeah, that's fair. Like, personally, I think that if you want to play Champion, you still level Slayer, you still map an Atlas progressive Slayer, and then eventually you swap over to Champ. So I agree with you, Psych. I feel like you always start Slayer on League Start, and then, yes, if you got the Watcher's Eye or something, you could probably make the swap over to Champion, but I feel like I personally wouldn't do it until I get everything to scale the fortification stacks. I might actually try it out this league. I might actually try out like scaling or doing like a champion swap later on. Why am I getting stunned? Yeah, probably. Or froze. I'm getting stunned there. Maybe we'll go ahead and just pick that up now because we need it anyways. I think I need to go back down that way. I feel like if you want to boss, 100% go champion. Like if your goal is to only ever do like Uber bosses and just boss, you 100% want to be champion. I think that's like the ultimate. Like you segue into that later. Right. I understand the scaling with Fortify, but like you kind of need those uniques to really scale the Fortify. And those uniques are not cheap. They are pretty pricey. I do have a Jeweler's Orb, it might be a while. I'm gonna wait till I have Staff, I think. Right. But who has 40 or 50 divines as the average player during the first week of this game? I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm saying that a lot of times I think people don't understand. Like they're like, oh, my experience is this, so thus this makes sense. Most people don't even have like 15 divines the first week. You know, so the idea behind my build is I build it for like a league starter. So I'm not going to recommend anything that's like you need to have like 50 plus to 100 divines week 1 to be able to like effectively do this. Like the average player, it takes him 2 or 3 days just to get through the campaign, even in PoE 1. Yeah, like most people I think attribute their speed and how they play the game as, I'm not saying you're doing this, but I think a lot of people sometimes think like the play is this when they don't realize like I'm trying to make a guide for, you know, new players, still new to the game players. I'm trying to have it be as universal as possible, so I don't want to be like, oh, go champion and just pick this item up when this item is going to be like more money than they're going to have for a while. Like getting a Watcher's Eye with that Impale and getting the Bracers is fucking ridiculous expensive. Like getting those 2 items is ridiculous expensive. Most players won't probably ever have the currency to do that. They'll probably quit the league before they do. But you're not wrong. Like if you want to do effective bossing, champion is the way to go. You 100% should get that shit and go champion if your goal is the boss. Yeah, I still think I'd want to grab the Bracers before I make the swap to Champion. I feel like in my experience, I'm satisfied with playing Slayer all the way through, and the only time I really would want to go Champion is when I want to do like T17s and Ubers, and at that point I have the currency to pick up the Bracers and that, so... But like when it comes to Atlas progression, doing T16 farms, killing the regular bosses, I'd rather just do that on Slayer. Because the mapping experience is going to be far better, and you know, you don't need a lot of damage to kill, you know, regular bosses in this game. But yeah, once I get to a point where like I just want to do T17 farm strats or stuff like that, then yeah, that's, you know, but at that point you have that kind of money. You're making like 6 to 10 divine an hour doing T16 farms. But I think I might try it out this league. I didn't do it last league, but I think I might get the uniques. Like, I'll save up the currency, I'll get the stuff for the champ tech, and then I might actually try out like a high-end bossing build with champion, and then add that to the POB as like an option for like the late end game. Because it's definitely going to be more damage and a lot more defense once you have all that stuff. Definitely more defense. I don't know, it might be better damage, but once again, I really would like to see someone's POB of like an optimized champion and see how much currency they had to sink into it to get it to be that much more damage than a Slayer. We take the intelligence neck here because we really hurt for intelligence on this build. That's not a bad neck. It's not a bad neck at all. People should take into you're not taking an entire Ascendency most likely, and if we have to ask which two Ascendency notables are the highest value, so I can also get Bloodline Ascendencies. You definitely want to drop Impact, I think. So I think I think as long as you're trying to kill bosses on Slayer, and once again I'm talking about regular bosses, you definitely want to keep Headsman. I think Headsman in general just feels so good to have that 20% coal even as a mapper. I would probably give up Impact for one of the new Ascendancies.
The Empire awaits you with open jaws.
Basically, we just gotta keep this guy moving. So, thanks, Dre, for the follow. You could drop the taunt node for a global defense node if one exists, but that's only at the ultra high level. Yeah, we're gonna have to talk champion later once I get into the league, because I wouldn't be opposed to trying it out once I'm ready to do like the super in-game content. Like, once I'm ready to just start, like, doing juice T17s and Ubers, that's when I'd want to make the swap to champion, I think. And I might actually give that a go this league. Fortify Bloodline? Yeah. Hey, glad to hear it, Drave. Glad to hear you had fun with the build. It should be just as good, if not better, with the nice little buff we got to Cyclone. So 20% more damage is basically almost like having an extra link. So it's gonna be pretty good. Pretty good. Yeah, we're not too far out here from making the Cyclone swap. What I really need to do is find a staff that I want to use. And, another, like, 3 red link would be nice. Or, sorry, 2 red, 1 green. Might go check vendor after this, actually. Yeah, I'd like to get all the bloodline info so I can actually evaluate options for maybe taking it a different direction. Alright, vendor reset. I guess we're gonna go with this coiled staff. I don't think I have a scour though. And what we really want now is to be able to... Yeah, I can't even buy a scour. I don't want to pick up that staff and not be able to use it, because that's no dice. I don't want to waste an Orb of Alt on that. We are going to grab our Cyclone Gem though. Stick Pride in here also. I might go unlock Ciosa real quick. Let's have our last trial here. Oh yeah, like a new melee staff. They did the they tried introducing that new weapon. Was it the axe for Starfall, whatever? But I don't think really anything substantial came from that. It would be nice if they had like a new unique staff, like a Fizz staff. Frostblink. I don't. Can I buy Frostblink on a duelist before I get to this area? I always thought I had to unlock it with Ciosa. Like I do Ciosa for a few things, but I always thought I had to grab Frostblink after I do this quest. Yeah, I wouldn't mind having like a nice, just cool Fizz staff that's actually viable. Oh, do you? Okay. Yeah, I 100% should be incorporating Frostblink in. I think it's even in my POB, I'm just not thinking right now. I think we'll drop Precision. So we're about to go Resolute Technique soon anyways. Yeah, I'm in the grind right now. We're so close to making the swap to Cyclone and General's Cry. I think I will get my Frostblink at this point though from Ciosa, because if I buy it from the vendor, normal vendor, it's going to be over leveled for what I want. Hey Rodrigo. Hello, goodbye, have a good night. With tattoo, 76% max life, I wonder how expensive that jewel is going to be. Max percent life from fire resist. That looks interesting, actually. Since we're like a life build, like being able to scale more life would be pretty dope. Oh, we're getting absolutely destroyed right now by having no resistance or freeze immunity. Jeez. You don't have to use Sunder. I don't know what I'd recommend. I'd have to look at stuff, but Sunder is probably the best melee skill to level with. I think Ground Slam might be okay. But I feel like there's a reason why everyone does Sunder. I do Spectral Throw in Act 1. It's pretty good. Oh, I got this guy I gotta worry about right now. Alright. I'm gonna take Fortify because we're gonna use that with our Cyclone setup. Alright, so we got our setup for Cyclone, gem-wise. Let's grab a Frostblink. Yeah, I think it's just what people play. I agree, I don't think most people are super Sunder enjoyers. Alright. We are looking for a staff. Hey bro, playing hardcore, already at Act 9 with your build, wondering if going for dual wielding or one hand to cap blow. I wouldn't recommend going one-hander on a Cyclone build. I feel like you're just going to lose a lot of damage. That being said, you can give it a shot, but you know, the best crafted one-hander you're going to get is like 500 Fizz DPS, and we do take a lot of like two-hand nodes on my tree and stuff, so you know, you'd have to deviate a bit, go into like some shield nodes, some one-hand nodes. But I think the damage would be would end up being a lot less. I think you'd have to incorporate like something like Retaliator. You'd have to go more into some kind of like block skill build with it and use Cyclone more as a supplementary skill. Already going for some staff block nodes. Yeah, I mean, if you want to swap to stuff, you'd have to just do some respecking. I think Cyclone would become more of like a supplementary skill, and you'd be playing something like Retaliate or something to get a lot of damage out. And you'd want like a well-crafted shield. Phrasebreaker, yeah. Yeah, Paradoxia. Yeah, good luck. I think like something where you're doing like a Retaliate build, which is already pretty popular. But I think at that point you'd want to go Gladiator, go Bleed, and use Cyclone as a supplementary skill. And you'd have to POB something out for that. There's too much on my build that's invested into staffs and two-handers and things like that that I think you're looking at a different build at that point. And I'd probably play it as a Glad. You've gotten a Paradoxia from Void keys every single league within 3 keys. That's crazy. Oh, you know what? I haven't upgraded my axe in a while, so my damage is starting to fall off. Mostly because I've been anticipating making the swap to a staff already. And this might be a little rough because... Yeah, at this point you would have wanted to upgrade your axe to a better weapon. But we haven't upgraded our axe because I've been hoping that I'd have a staff ready at this point to make the swap. Yeah, this is gonna be brutal. Might die here. Oh, we did it. That's fine. No portal scrolls. Do you have something I can use, my dude? Block spell damage? Yuck. But we might have to roll with the Royal Staff for now just to get things going here. So I think that's the play. Alright, so I gotta hit level 28 and we gotta put some points into some ints. We're going to go ahead and just do the recipe here, increase fizz damage. Alright, that's not a bad staff actually. So I just got to spec into int when I level, and then we can equip that. I don't have a link set up for Cyclone. Level 31, level 28. Okay, so let's go ahead and see if I can purchase something. I was kind of saving my gold for respecking my tree, because we're going to drop quite a few points here in a moment. Oh, now he does a refresh. Did he just lose a slot? Probably that. I can recolor these, probably. What is that? Blue, green? Actually, we can use infused channeling with Cyclone and Shockwave to start out with. So I'll go pick up an infused channeling real quick. As long as I can get one. My currency situation is so scuffed. Scroll of Wisdom. Yikes, my dude. It's fine. We'll get a Scroll of Wisdom in a second. So let's go ahead and proceed. Let's grab the intellect we need. Should be able to equip the staff now, and then I just gotta go purchase an infused channeling. And then we'll do some respecking on the tree. Just need a Scroll of Wisdom game. Give me a Scroll of Wisdom, please. At this point, they should be dropping pretty good. You know what? I might have been doing... Oh, we're only strict. Let's go semi. Just just in case I'm missing something. Alright. When I get to waypoint, we'll go pick up infused channeling, and then hopefully I can also get an auto exertion for the and a general's cry, because I gotta pick up those 2 gems too. Then we should be in the money here. Am I planning to update filter for new league? I was thinking about trying to find some new sound files and do something slightly different. I think that could be fun. So I think over the next week I might look at some stuff and see. Definitely going to update the filter in general, but I was thinking about doing even new sounds. Yeah, if I have enough gold left over, but I do drop quite a few points when I make the swap to Cyclone. We pretty much get rid of all the bleed tech. So, little baby map, yeah. Now I will do like a general update of the filter once Filter Blade does their thing. Alright. Let's think about what we need to do here. I need a General's Cry, a Desecrate actually, and an Auto Exertion. I'm not going to be able to buy all this crap. We're going to go ahead and swap this out. We can put our Cyclone here, our Shockwave. Use Fortify later. Boom. And then auto exertion. What are you gonna cost me? Oh, we are in the money. Alright, Sunder. So we've got our Sunder of General's Cry and auto exertion. Alright, now I need to squeeze my Frostblink back in, as well as we're gonna go with Pride, I think, for right now, and Blood and Sand. We're gonna retire these 2. And we're just gonna have to run Leap Slam, I think, without... Unless we get lucky here. Yeah, we're just gonna have to run Leap Slam without faster attacks for right now. Let's move Leap Slam over. Cyclone here. I'm sorry, I want Frostblink here, Cyclone there. You can actually drop the... Where's my precision at? Oh, hold on. Let's move Leap Slam this way. This is the hardest part, guys, is like the swap over. You gotta figure out all your gem links again. So we're gonna definitely use Pride. Blood and Sand. We might be able to still use Flesh and Stone if I got a spot for it.
The Empire lives on, and so do its most loyal of servants.
There we go. Alright. Oh, I forgot to pick up a Desecrate. Rip. I need to grab one of those. And we gotta respec the tree anyways. I think she does the respecialization right now. Yeah. We're gonna drop these points. And we're gonna drop these points. And we're gonna swap that mastery. some extra life there. And the real question, 1, 2, 3, I might beeline for Resolute Technique. That's going to be pretty good for right now. Oh, you know what? I didn't think about auto exertion being toggled on. How's our mana feel? Yeah, we're gonna still need a mana flask for a little bit until I can get all my points in mana. And we're gonna drop Flesh and Stone. Yeah. Okay. So we've made the swap. I do need a Desecrate. So let's go pick up a Desecrate real quick. Hi, some new tech with Bloodlines. Once they release all the information on Bloodlines, I'll be able to start thinking about that kind of stuff. Is Facebreaker viable? Not for this build. Desecrates. Surely this will be something like cheap, right? Oh, I need an Orb of Alteration. What the heck? Alright. I don't take that mastery. I go for Cannibalistic right here into 10% reduced mana cost of skills. Right now I'm just going to use a mana flask, and then, because I want to get Resolute Technique, and then we'll pick that up. Yeah, I don't go for that. Although maybe I'll take Cannibalistic right now, actually. So our Cyclone costs 3 mana. Yeah, we'll get that down in a second. Yeah, we kind of have the pieces coming together. I really need an Orb of Alteration so I can get a Desecrate, because doing the third act boss is going to suck without that. Cyclone's at 1 mana. There we go. 1 mana is a lot more feasible. We can ID a couple rares, we'll get that alteration pretty easy. Dual Cyclone or Deadeye. Where's all my rare items at? much mana is Precision gonna take up? Not that bad, actually. Yeah. Let's keep Precision right now. This might feel a little scuffed because I'm not gonna have. Thanks, Taylor, for the sub. I'm not gonna have any Desecrate here, so this is gonna be rough as heck. We do have some corpses from these ads, though, so get our General's Cry to spawn a bit. Ooh. Resistances are scuffed. Yeah, what are my resistances at? Oof, it's no bueno.
Nightmare prevails. Oh God! The light of divinity! Die!
I don't even have a bleed flask yet. Don't have any kind of bleed immunity. So this will be fun here.
This world is an illusion,
The Empire lives on, and so
Thanks, Nathan,
its
for the
most
sub.
loyal
Much appreciated.
servants.
No bleed flask, rip. Ooh. Basically I bought this base from the vendor and I just crafted on with the bench. So it's alright, it's not bad. What I really need is a Desecrate gem, so I need an Orb of Alteration. And yeah, it's not bad. I don't like the base because it's block spell, not attack, but that doesn't really matter right now. We can make a good one now. How are we gonna make a good one? Second phase is easier than first. The Cyclone damage surprisingly wasn't that bad, considering I didn't have any General's Cry corpses until like halfway through the second phase of him there. So I just need to get a Desecrate gem so I have those guaranteed clones when I'm bossing. One Weapon Sith, one Essence, and a Rustic Sash. Don't you mean the vendor recipe? It's like, yeah. Yeah, I don't think I have a whetstone yet, even. I don't think I've had a whetstone drop. It gives you percent increased fizz on a weapon. So it's that would be unlucky. Yeah, I'll check my stash. I mean, my currency situation is not great right now. So honestly not surprised if that's the case. Yeah, this staff is not too bad right now because I can I can tell simply because the Cyclone is doing alright damage. It's not amazing, but it's not terrible. We're going to start working our way up to Resolute Technique. Yeah, for sure. Oh, dude. What's my armor at right now? 28%. Yikes. That's why I was really hoping to get like the right base for a staff, because I prefer to have block attacks right now. Alright. Let's go pick up our Desecrate gem real quick. So we've got that. Then I might also go benchcraft a few things real quick. I don't know what I can benchcraft, but I can get maybe a resistance roll on something. Sweet. Guaranteed clones now. I think I'm going to drop the decoy totem. We don't really need that anymore. Yeah, I'll check vendor after I kill this guy real quick. So pretty much at this point, if anyone's wondering, this is the core of the build, right? We've got our 3-link General's Cry, we've got our 3-link Cyclone. And at this point, you're just upgrading your weapon and your gear like you would on any character, right? Looking for life resistance gear and looking for, you know, crafting a better weapon every 5 or 10 levels. Eventually, the goal is hopefully we get like 2 4-links before we get out of the campaign. But like the core build is now live in a sense, right? Cyclone General's Cry. We're using that tech. And things will start to smooth out as we get better gear. Right now I have no resistance cap. My life is a little bit lower than I'd like it to be. My armor is incredibly low because my bases suck. So as I just hopefully get better items, things should start to scale out better. I also don't have any leech right now, so we're dealing with that situation. Probably should have gone for leech first, actually. I might respec for that. I feel like I want my leech. Alright, let's see what we got here. Nope. I mean, we could use a coiled staff, but I don't have a scour right now. I'd prefer, there's better bases that have higher, like, 50% block. It's a better helm. I'm gonna blow one of these alks. See what I get. Can I hit a green? Alright. We need to get some kind of armor going here. It should show white stabs on the ground. Should. Alright, yeah, that helm just doubled our armor. Question is, do I want to go for... It should show on ground. Do I want to go for these leech nodes right now? It's pretty good. I think I'm going to work this way of the tree. I'm going to grab the life and resist. This is what I did on my last playthrough and it felt pretty good. I'm going to go that way first, actually. Not what I would like to have. Yeah. Yeah, so I typically pick up this cluster pretty early and grab these life leech nodes right here. I really enjoy having this with the 5% early on. That's the wheel I'm going for, Prod. That's where I'm going to put my points now. I'm actually just going to run precision for a little bit longer and just stave off doing resolute technique. So... Yeah, but once we get like our resistances capped, it's gonna also just generally feel a lot better. Yeah, the weapon is not the best right now, for sure. The higher damage would be better leech. I want to believe vendor refreshes on... So, I don't think vendor refreshes on level up anymore. That used to be the case. I forget what triggers a vendor refresh now during the campaign, but I believe it's no longer every time you level. I don't know if it's when you complete a quest state. Did I forget to do, what's her face quests? I think it's quest completion now. It's no longer like you just level up. I may have forgotten to... grab the quest for the free skill point. Yeah, we don't want Royal Staff, and I don't want Coiled. Nah, it's definitely not level up. Forgot to grab the freaking quest for the skill point, so we got to go back through here. This is I'm playing very scuffed this run. This is twice I've had to backtrack through a zone. Yeah, it was leveling up until like several leagues ago, and then they changed it. Now you have to, I believe it's you complete a quest, and the vendor refreshes. Alright. I don't know, like, early on you level so frequently. I feel like I would prefer to have the, when you level, but... I mean, I'm kind of torn. I could just skip that leech for now. The better weapon, I think, will. Yeah. Does he do respecialization here? He does. Let's refund this. We'll just go for Resolute Technique next. Yeah, it's true, Zarek. My resistances are not ready to do this kind of shit. Let's go to hideout and see if I can craft anything on gear. My resistances are so bad right now. My gear in general is just trash. Like actual garbage. I can't even craft anything. I don't even have I don't even have transmutes right now to yeah. When I say like I haven't had good currency, I don't think like I haven't had good currency. I think because I've been speeding past a lot of mobs to go quickly, so I'm not just like killing shit and getting enough drops. But that should be fine now because with Cyclone I can just mow through everything as I'm going through. Yeah, my resistances are... I'm definitely starting to feel the lack of resistance right now. I think I was skipping a lot of... yeah, I know. I was... I think I was skipping a lot of items. Because I was skipping a lot of mobs, trying to get through zones quickly. Is that a 4-link chest right there? This guy just never gonna die. That's a cool chest. I might run with that for a little bit. Alright, let's go ahead and use this. We can turn off our precision now. How far do I normally get in day one? Typically in day one I finish campaign and I start mapping. And then by day two, by the end of day two, I'm usually in T16s. So I basically want to be in maps and doing some maps at the end of day 1, but really I want to be in T16s by day 2. That's kind of my goal. Another 4-link chest. Crazy. How do I think the new gear in the market's going to affect prices? I think we're going to have a lot more supply than demand. Well, there's always going to be demand, but I think we're going to see far more supply because with trading now, like, you don't have to be online and you don't have to trade with players. So I think you're just going to see far more items on the economy. I think the prices of things are going to be a lot cheaper because of that, personally. We have 2 transmutes. I kind of want to ID... Well, I actually don't need to ID these chests. I just need to have enough decks. But we could get a 4-link going on our Cyclone. Or do something else with our Sunder. Let's see what I can craft now back at Hideout. That's not a goal, it's a dream. Let the man dream! I want to get fire resistance to get ready for Calm, because he's going to be not so fun. It's a lot better. We'll be capped with Flask at least. We can actually go back to using Blood and Sand now, since we dropped Precision. I'm not gonna stick around and fuck with this Soul Eater bro. Might use that on 4-link, because we have 2 orbs now. I might use that on the 4-link chest, maybe we get lucky. How am I sustaining mana so easily? I took these points right here for Spirit of War and this Mana Mastery for a little bit more preservation, and then also Cannibalistic Rite. How tiny Cyclone is initially? Yeah. It's really tiny. It's not the size of the ship, it's how you sail it. Someone told me that once. If it makes you feel better. Yeah, we just need a better weapon. I'm actually gonna sell some of these unID'd. Let's see, what do we have? There we go, finally. Bile Staff is what we want. Fortunately, I have a Scour, so we can craft on this. So we have the right base. It's only level 33 though, but that's fine. Which white one? Oh, by, yeah. We don't have enough transmute shards. I have Scours though, it's fine. And we have a 4-link here too. I don't want to put my setup in a 4-link, but we do have that for now. I'm gonna grab the one that has, well, we don't have, can't buy it, rip. I would just grab this one. Yeah, see, I don't have a whetstone. I do have 3 armor scraps. Is that 3-to-1 on whetstones? I can pick up a whetstone. And rustic sash. Alk. So alk the rustic sash, right? And then do the vendor recipe. Should be alk the rustic sash. Nope. I don't think I have an essence. So let's just put this here for now. I think I just alk the belt and vendor. Then regal. Oh, Ogden Regal, right. That sucks. Ugh. I feel like we regal it, and then worst case I can craft Fizz attack damage to it, like flat Fizz. A 16 accuracy, what the fuck is that? Oh, is that hybrid? It's actually hybrid, so that kind of works out, I guess. It's not a good hybrid, but it's hybrid. And then I should just be able to do flat Fizz when I have the transmutes. So now I can just throw some whetstones on this, and then I can craft this on when I get some transmutes, and it will be close to 200, which will be pretty good. That'd be pretty good, actually. Alright. I guess that's fair, yeah. Definitely want to craft the flat Fizz on there, though. We just need transmutes. We do not need to level Desecrates. Just carry all magic and rare stuff, fuck it, yeah. Actually gonna pause this real quick. I want to do something I meant to do earlier. Then keep better track of what's going on the screen. Get YOLO Mouse up and running. Okay, start the timer back up. And we are rolling, my dudes. We're rolling. Alright, I just need a bunch of rares to drop that I can sell unID'd for transmutes. Well, basically, the rustic recipe gives you the increased fizz roll, and then if you have the currency to like augment and regal, you open up the ability to have a second prefix, and then you can then like benchcraft on the added flat fizz. They're the same tier. I think it just depends on what your currency is like at this point in the campaign, right? If you've got enough to do the benchcraft, it might be worth it. But typically, like, my guide says speed for what? But typically, burning a whetstone is cheaper than, like, burning a whetstone is going to be less of a currency drop than running, like, 6 alterations. Because right now, currency is pretty scarce, right? So if you do the benchcraft for the flat fizz, you're giving up 6 alterations, whereas, you know, it's more than likely you have a whetstone at this point, or you can trade like I did armor scraps for one. A lot easier. Alterations have a lot of value right now. Yeah, and then I got lucky with a regal drop too. That's fair. Like, a lot of times you're not going to have a regal at this point. Yeah. Pretty sure I recommend the rustic stash vendor recipe in my notes section of my POV, because that's usually the cheaper option, because you're not usually going to have a regal. Where do I say to do attack speed in my guide on a weapon during the campaign? If I do say that, I need to fix that, because if you have the ability to craft on added flat fizz over attack speed, you should 100% do that. But like we're saying, you usually need a regal to be able to consider doing something like that. Flat fizz is 100% better than attack speed. Like right now, I can craft attack speed on this. I'm not crafting attack speed on this. I'm gonna craft flat fizz. I can't see why I would do attack speed over flat fizz. Okay. I am gonna go do lab, I think, real quick, and we'll get our first Ascendency. Are we Sharknado or Celestial Spin to win? I don't know what we're going to do on this one. If I say attack speed in the notes, it should be... Hold on, let's pause this again. I hit the wrong button, but I'll try not to brick that again. I do say that. Oh, right. I think I understand the confusion here. Right. I'm sorry, Nish. I understand the confusion. The reason why I say craft attack speed is because you have a magic item and you can't craft flat fizz because it's a prefix. Right? So if you read what I'm saying here, you're only going to get back a weapon that has magic. It's going to be a magic weapon when you do the vendor recipe. So you do attack speed because you can only put a suffix on there. If you have a regal, though, you would augment regal and then do flat fizz, which is what I'm going to do. But most people don't have a regal while leveling, so they're just going to do the vendor recipe. They're going to get back a magic weapon with the fizz, the percent fizz roll on it, and then you're going to do attack speed for the suffix, because all you can do is benchcraft a suffix on a magic item that has a prefix on it already. Does that make sense? But if you have the ability to regal it like I did, and then roll flat fizz or attack speed, you're going to run flat fizz. I gotcha, yeah. If you have a regal and it's worth it like I did on mine, you're going to now do like flat fizz. But most people don't have that option this early on. A lot of people won't have a regal, so I'm going to go do lab, I think. Hold on. Also, how do I start? Let's not screw this up this time. How do I start my timer back up? I don't want to reset it. Undo the split, I guess. Okay. I didn't do Imperial Gardens.
The Empire lives on, and so do its most loyal of servants.
Thanks, John, for the sub. Appreciate it. I actually need to double check my loot filter. I'm kind of worried that I might not have it set up properly for low level. I know it's okay for higher level, but... Alright, let's go do our first Ascendency. A unique rustic sash? I don't know. Not that uncommon. There's some pretty... I think there's some common T4 rustic sashes out there. But I don't think the vendor recipe... Does the vendor recipe work with a unique? I've only ever done a magic or rare item. Wouldn't mind getting Blood Rage incorporated at this point into the build. It does? Yeah, I mean, I'm pretty sure there's some common T4 or T5 rustic sashes, so... If you get one and you're that lucky. Yeah, he does. Zarek brings up a good point. Most unique belts, at least a rustic sash, is probably going to be better if you actually use the item versus craft with it. Because you got to remember, like, when you're leveling, you're going to replace your weapon a few times, right? Like, I'm going to replace this weapon before the end of the campaign. So, but I might not replace the unique belt. So, depending on what the unique belt is. So you just have to decide, like, which belt, like, what is the belt? What dropped? Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, if you get the right unique belt to drop, you're going to use that for a while, versus like a weapon you're going to replace every 10 levels or so. Yeah, I'm trying to think of like a bad, unique rustic sash. I can't really, there's not one that really truly comes to mind. They're all great for leveling. I mean, I'm not surprised, to be honest, right? Like, I was trying to think of a bad rustic unique sash, and I'm like, well, I can't really think of one. Orb of Chance, let's go. Good night, Prod. Thanks for stopping by. Rip, I don't have a green gem, so we'll just YOLO. See what I get with this. Smite of Divine Judgment. Alright. Yeah, I didn't use my Desecrate, so I didn't have General's Cry there. It's okay. I'm gonna go increase the damage on our weapon. Oh, could have used Desecrate and Rebot. I see what you mean. Gotcha, gotcha. I didn't think about that. Did not think about that. Yeah, we're gonna need a, Stampede anyways, if I want to even consider doing something with a Cyclone of Tumult. Alright, let's just start crafting. See what resistances I can craft on, or life maybe. Gear is so scuffed. Start crafting on this stuff. We have all three prefixes now. Fizz, hybrid, and flat. Definitely lacking in lightning resist. Yeah, it's not too bad now. No more transmutes. Alright, well, we'll save up. It was worth spending the transmutes on the staff, so... I did the strength notes like the guide, AV. I am still going a little bit off guide here because I want to get these extra life nodes right here and then proceed. My life is a little lower than I'd like it right now. But I also have like a bunch of just white gear on. Like I'm not even using a lot of rare items at the moment, so it's a little crazy. No league life, yeah. Can't still... I don't think they were trying to make a innocent living. They were basically mercenaries for hire, but yeah. Remove any downside from uniques or not? Yeah, I'm not sure what modifiers they've coded the uniques to not be able to unroll. So, I'm sure that will all be stuff the community figures out. Calm's Heart with sockets would be actually disgusting. Like... that'd be pretty crazy. Oh yeah, there's a lot of crazy combinations, for sure. Abyssus without increased damage taken. That's actually the dream. And then, yeah. That'd be pretty crazy. I think we wanted to go left, actually. Oh, I got tapped by that. Not so good. +1 to maximum energy shield. What a joke. The game is trolling me. Game is trolling me. Move the power charge mod and give me 120% increased physical damage on hegemonies. We get a common unique stat for 1k DPS. That would be nutty. The problem is that you can't feed the tree items, right? So you just have to kind of spec the tree to maybe poop that stuff out and then just see if you get lucky. Ooh, I should not have stood in that.
What a pleasure to finally meet you, duelist. You and I will create the most beautiful of nightmares together. Let us bathe you in blood, duelist, so that this world might be bathed in glory. March.
Oh ho ho ho.
Now, let us see if you truly understand what it means to be Nightmare. The Empire lives on, and so do its most loyal of servants. Accept the gift of immortality. Accept the gift of immortality. Nightmare is the true eternal. Why are you so in love with death?
Pragmatism without the -2 levels per socketed gem. trauma. Let's take this for memes. Alright. Act 5, here we come. I can't wait for the level up all with one button. It's gonna be so good. I think now might be the time to start using some gold on some bases. I need to replace some of this white gear. Military staff. Oh my gosh. Wasn't looking at my screen for a second. Fire lightning. Not the worst thing in the world. It's better than that, I guess. Alright, let's see here. I mean, okay, whatever. It's got like no armor on it though. That's interesting. I much prefer this right here. Much prefer this. And then we can put conch on our chest. Belts are usually, I guess it's not super expensive. On ES belt. Stop giving me ES belts. I guess I can craft life on you.
The Empire awaits you with open jaws.
Essences of Woe, Sag, yeah. Thanks, BLV, the follow, much appreciated. Alright, slightly better place, but not exactly where I want to be. I'm gonna pause the timer for a second. I'm gonna grab a drink and a snack. I'll be right back. So I have some cold pizza in the fridge from yesterday.
The Empire awaits you with open jaws.
Thanks, buddy, for the follow. I think I'm gonna pick up Blood Rage when we get to the next waypoint. Also, I gotta grab a conch gem so I can 4-link the GC. Alright, so our defenses are looking a lot better. Way better. Evasion doesn't do anything for us. Don't really have a way to re-roll this right now, though. Guess that's fine. Actually, I was going to take this to Siosa. Let's go. Concentrated, and then Blood Rage. Stick this here. Turn on our GC. That's all my auras, right? Yeah. Do I not have enough mana to use Frostblink now? What happened here? Oh no. Was it slow? sip of water and almost choked on it. Oof. It's my worst item right now, my gloves. Cyclone Volatile Dead any good? I'm not sure. I've never replied that. Never thought about playing it.
Okay, let's go.
We can now do Shockwave. Fortify. We're not using precision right now anyway, so that works out.
My spirit is spent.
Remember the banner skills used to have passive effects as well as place effects, so they have place effects now? The description is a little confusing. Yeah, they just have a placed effect. So they basically replaced totems. So they removed like totems like Ancestral War Chief and stuff. And they changed banners, but banners basically act as a totem now. You just stack up the stacks, and then when you get to a tough enemy, you drop the banner, get a big damage boost. Got another Regal Orb, so we'll be able to craft a decent staff a little bit. I think we're ready to go do Tava now. Looks like I'm still on track for my 7-hour campaign run. Nothing changes. This is really where the build starts to feel kind of cozy though, because we've got our Cyclone, we've got our General's Cry set up. We actually have 2 4-links now. It's just basically upgrading our weapon. Plowing through the second half of the campaign.
The Empire lives on.
Thanks, Jared, for the sub. Much appreciated. Good old Katava. I do need to also set up a mark on hit setup, so that would be pretty good right now, like Poacher's Mark, and I guess I could try to squeeze it into... I need to get more gem sockets on my weapon. But a mark on hit setup would be pretty good right now. See, like I just placed banner there. My resistance is actually be pretty okay after the nerf. Be sitting at like 60 plus on everything. Not bad starting out Act 6. Alright. Not too bad. Nope, didn't mean to do that. Fully closed out of the game. You have to fight Katava again? Probably not. I probably just have to run back there. I don't know. I've never actually reset it like this. Talk to Sin about what to do next. Okay. I figured they had to have something in place for you screwing this up.
I've never been one for history books.
giant circle.
Not you. For my life and my work, I shall not suffer this humiliation again.
Good old Brutus. After finally getting the staff to 20% quality, it's just shy of 400 PDPS now. Not bad for a T1 map find. Nah, that's pretty good. I mean, I showed it on my video, and it, I was talking about it yesterday on stream, but my staff that I did all 4 Void Stones with in full Atlas progression was only 440 PDPS. Yeah, you can get pretty carried. Get carried pretty far on just 2 4-links on this build. I think we're gonna go ahead and do the passive quest right away here. Getting these latency spikes, so my game's kind of stuttering a bit. It's a little frustrating. Must be up north, I guess. Yeah, they did. Now scarabs, you have multiple scarabs per like league mechanic, but they're not tiered anymore. So like one scarab does one thing, one scarab does another thing. Yeah, they got rid of that. The scarab system's a lot better now. You get a lot more different things you can do with scarabs based on whatever league mechanic you're targeting. I love when I leap slam into terrain and get stuck. It's an old one, but it checks out. Oh, Soul Eater, my old friend. Yeah, the Shockwave is pretty good for varying, and I don't think I can get rid of this guy either. I don't want him to just get more and more powerful. I gotta try to kill this fucking thing. Yeah, Shockwave is really nice for clear. It's like super nice. %100% worth it for Ender Trash. $170. What? It's got attack speed. It's a shame that it doesn't have a good flat fizz on there though. It's about like the same. It does have like some attack speed on there, which is kind of nice. But you can craft something better when you need your next staff upgrade, which should be like relatively soon actually. Okay.
Still alive. Stay sharp out there. What now?
Very nice. Go ahead and augment this. The crits in another world would be nice, but not too good. That's a shame. We can craft add fizz damage on it. It'll still be better than what I'm using right now. Yeah, 221 versus 168. Good. Pretty good. Be able to swap to that in 2 levels. Yeah, these don't like actually leave corpses for my general scrap. Sad. Alright.
So dead. Man like you never disappoints. You're a gift, don't you see? A sumptuous feast for His Majesty on his wedding day.
79 life. Crazy. Told your build this last season spent well over 800 divine on it. I play Cyclone just about every season other than when Molten Strike was good, and we'll be playing the new season with your build. Glad to hear it, Robert. Glad you're having a lot of fun with it. So am I. $800 divine is quite a bit. I sunk a lot of divine on my build though in 3.26, so I can't say anything. I did at least 500, I'm pretty sure. Could this be better? Nah. Where is my locket? There it is. Ground Slam is okay, but you need to invest more points in it to get better AoE. About to try your first test run of the build, mids. Hope you have fun with it. Yeah, I did this new SSF private league today, and I turned off mercenaries, so it's just standard SSF, so there's not even mercenaries to interact with. You would recommend your filter? I think my filter is good. It's more for like mapping, but mapping and trade. but it's set up for certain drops and whatnot for the build. Hoping these ding me right here. Want to equip the new staff. Yeah, no problem, mids. Yeah, I gotta double check my filter and make sure it's set up for drops during the campaign. Wow, that was super quick. I gotta do lab trial real quick. Just found your Cyclone guide and I'm so hyped for 3.27 to start so I can play it. So am I, Fern, so am I. I'm doing one more SSF test character over the next week before the launch and then I'm ready to go. I did an armor brand into penance swap to test and the skill was fun and good damage, but holy squish was dying to a strong breeze. Yeah. I think what separates my Cyclone from most other Cyclone builds is I put an emphasis on defenses. So I mean it's still Slayer, it's not like playing champion, but I mean you want to play Slayer on League Start for Cyclone and I think my build is probably the tankiest one out there. So once you get like all the pieces going it starts to feel pretty good. That's what I liked about it, tankiness on a decent damage starter. Yeah. I mean, just getting endurance chart is going to feel better than what I had going. Yeah. Yeah, I think we end up with 5 endurance charges? 6 endurance charges total. 3 from the tree, and then obviously 3 from passives on the tree that generate charges when we crit, I believe. Eventually we go smashing strikes, gain endurance charges on melee crit. This build does use Abyssus later on, so that does kind of make the Fizz hit suck. However, you don't have to use Abyssus, you can just craft like a decent rare helm. You lose quite a bit of damage, but I mean for just like T16 mapping and regular bosses, the damage should be fine. Like, I did an SSF run for a week prior to today, and I didn't have an Abyssus on that character, and I did all 4 Void Stones and T16s and all that, so it's definitely not necessary. I'm gonna do a guild league with my 2 mates as usual, so it's gonna be fun to see how much I can min-max it. I was really thinking about doing SSF. I'm always tempted every league. I'm like, do I want to do SSF? But with the new trade system, I feel like I have to try it out. I've been playing PoE 1 for like over 10 years, and I really want to try the new PoE, or the new like async trade. It's going to be such a wild, different experience in PoE 1 to use that. All 3 of you know life PoE pretty hard. I go pretty hard myself on each league for the first like week or 2. I feel that. Bro, SSF sounds fun. Wish my closest friends played this. You rush the +1 map tier nodes on your Atlas tree. Let me pause this for a second. What do you mean the +1 nodes, niche? Like, I think I know what you mean. Yes, I do rush the map nodes first, and once I get those, yeah, once I get the map nodes, I then path up to, I forget the name of it, it's like Unwavering something, but it gives you a free 20 points that you can then use. The downside is scarabs don't drop anymore. But I typically do that on my first tree just to get some extra points, and then I go into something like usually Expedition or Harvest on the first tree. If I'm honest, I haven't touched trade since SSF came out, and after Private League came, we almost always go that. I gotcha, yeah. It's just something like I'm really tempted to try because, like, I wanted to play SSF last league, but a lot of people wanted me to play trade so they could see the build, like, evolve really quickly on stream. You know, because obviously on trade I can craft gear a lot easier and do stuff a lot easier. So I did trade last league because people preferred it, and I still would rather go SSF, but like I think people would still prefer to watch me play trade because I can do a lot on trade very quickly with this character. Don't listen to the voices, play SSF. Yeah, I know, Napper, I know. Oh yeah, because you get the scarabs from Ritual. That's fair. Listen to your mods. I don't have any mods, Fern. It's just me. It's a one-man show. You can always run it back on SSF after a good week. So that's kind of what I'm thinking, mids. I'm thinking that, like, if I want to do a fresh start sometime in the league, I might just start an SSF character and do that. I was gonna say, Napper, if I would have anyone be a mod, it would be you. You've been here since the very beginning. The very beginning, before Cyclone was even a glimmer in my eye. I gotta do the, Oh, well, yeah, I guess that's fair. Let me rephrase this. I don't like ask Napper to do anything. Like, when I say I don't have any mods, like, I don't, you know. Why do we link Melee Fizz to Auto Exertion? Because our General's Cry uses Melee Fizz. Right, so Auto Exertion just makes our General's Cry automatically go off, but our General's Cry is using Sunder, and Sunder is buffed by Melee Fizz. More of an honorary title than job. Well, Napper's the OG, right? He's been here since the very beginning. When I say the very beginning, I mean like back when I would have like one person watching my stream. It was just him. Maybe like another person would wander in. This was back when him and I were playing like... Skelly builds every league. I think that's originally what had him watch me, was I was playing like skeleton builds. Because I played minion all the time back in the day. Yeah, stumbling across Cyclone was kind of like a revelation for me, because I used to play minion builds all the time in this game. And then around 3.23, I experimented a lot with build creation. That's when I started to really feel comfortable making builds in this game. So about, I don't know, a little over 2 years ago or something, 2.5 years ago. And then I eventually stumbled across, like, it was when they introduced the Gladiator Ascendency to have Lucky Block. That's when I was like, well, wouldn't it be fun if I made a Cyclone build that used staves, you know, which no one does, and scales block, which no one does. And I was like, what if I made a tanky Cyclone? Because everyone would just like play right side of the tree and do sword and frenzy charges. And I was like, this could be fun. About to take a couple edibles and get settled for this campaign. I feel like this build is going to feel great in the league mechanic. Do you think minions will be good in SSF this league? I want to do something since they always hit now. What do you mean they always hit now? Did they change accuracy on them? I didn't read the patch notes for anything but Cyclone stuff. Is like accuracy not relevant anymore? That's crazy. Minion accuracy completely removed. That's crazy. The thing that I saw that was interesting was that new helm, like maybe doing something with Reaper, Summon Reaper, or like doing something with Spectres and linking them. But giving up a helm slot is super tough on minion because like you usually run like a pseudo 6 or 7 link on your helm slot. So it's, I don't know. I feel like if you're going to play minion, you play Poison SRS for League Start. I feel like there's really not a better minion build than playing Poison SRS for League Start. Maybe Bama, but Bama's dead now, right? So you can't play Bama anymore. Bama was like the only thing better, I think, than Poison SRS on a League Start if you're going to go minions. Unfortunately, skeleton builds are kind of like in this weird place where they haven't been good for a while. Like they're still like fine, but they just haven't been like as good as they used to be, and they require a lot of weird shit with uniques and stuff to like work nowadays. It kind of makes me sad because skeletons used to be one of my favorite builds in this game. I really miss playing like skeletal mage. It was a vibe. Holy Relic. Oh, I forgot about Holy Relic. That's true. Yeah, Holy Relic is pretty good. But I feel like I played Bama. I did a Bama build back in 3.23. That was fun. But yeah, 5-second duration just sounds awful. Like maybe someone can get it to work, but I feel like you'd have to pick up so many duration nodes on the tree. It would just be like really shitty. It's kind of how my brain is looking at that. Yeah, they nerfed it from 20 seconds to 5-second duration. It's pretty much as dead as it can be. You would have to take so much stuff on the tree in order to boost that duration back up.
The Empire lives on, and so do its most
Wow,
loyal
Fern, thanks for the
servants.
sub. Crazy, thank you. Yeah, I honestly didn't know how much interest people would have in Cyclone again, but it appears the interest is strong. Guy deserves it. Yeah. I was thinking about making a website for the build. I feel like my video guides are helpful, but I was thinking about maybe making a website for the build and then having like, you know, different sections on it, kind of going over different things, like maybe crafting, whatever. And then just make videos and tag them to different sections of it. Pretty much, yeah. I feel like I might be becoming like the Cyclone person. So maybe make like a build website where people can go like, how do I craft a staff? How do I craft a chest? What are good Atlas trees? What are what's, you know, a good version of this build for it on Slayer with this investment, etc. An FAQ page. Because a lot of time on stream, like, people wander in and they ask like the same questions, you know, and they don't realize obviously that someone an hour ago asked the same question. But if I had like a website, I'd be like, hey, it's on the website. Yeah, his site's pretty good. Yeah, that's true. Like, just a good Google Doc would do it. Yeah, Yeah, see, everyone's like, just go Google spreadsheet. That's probably definitely the way to do it. I might work on that over the next week then. I tried to add like a pretty comprehensive notes section to the POB. So I'm hoping that helps people. I did that in last league. It kind of has some of that stuff in there. Yeah, Bart, we were talking about that earlier. Like, imagine if there's no downside to the Abyssus helm with the new league mechanic. That'd be pretty crazy.
Yes, I think. Though I love him, I know Bruce is lost to me, that there's an... Hello.
Yeah, I'm curious to see like what on the uniques can and can't be removed. Like, I feel it would be pretty crazy if you could remove the downside from uniques, but I mean, obviously that would, the power creep would be insane. Maybe GGG has just like made it where that's possible, and you know, it's like kind of go crazy league. Someone was like mentioned earlier, I think it was Zarek or somebody mentioned what like a Calms without any with the removal of the socket, so then you could have like a 6-link Calms. All mods can change. Yeah, so imagine having a Calms heart that can have a 6-link on it. That's pretty crazy, right? Okay, so like the really iconic stuff, like obviously the belts. I feel like there's probably some other uniques that they wouldn't want that to happen to. In the end, I would imagine the upsides would always be something that could stay. Right? And maybe it's the downsides that definitely can get rolled off. There's gonna be some crazy items this league for sure. Like, it's gonna be crazy. And we still don't have all the new bloodline info either. I'm looking forward to it. That would be so nice and would be worth a mirror. Yeah, for real. Boots are actually kind of crazy right now, simply because they have movement speed. Better than what I have. Reduced movement speed in low life is kind of, eh. Yeah, it would be pretty crazy to not. Keep in mind that 100 setup niche, I don't think you're not going to have those annoyance on that helm because that's crafted a specific way where you don't start off with an Abyssus. So you'd also have to remove the annoyance on the helm. Yeah, there's a specific way to craft that item. You don't start out with using an Abyssus. Alright, I need some good rare items that I can craft some stuff on. Game needs to be nice to me right now. My life is like 1k less than where I'd like it to be at this moment. Yeah, but even that being said, I think the helm would be worth using without the annoyance on it, if you could remove the downside. The amount of mythic orbs I've eaten trying to get one of those, yeah, it's pretty crazy. The problem I had was there wasn't enough supply on trade. Like, I would buy up a lot of the helms to craft it, and then like they were just getting too expensive to be worth the cost of the craft. But what I'm wondering is, because of asynchronous trade, we're going to have so much supply on the market this league because of the new trade system. So like it might be a lot easier to find the stuff to craft those kind of items. He's a Soul Eater. I was like, why is this guy not dying? That's why. Soul Eater. Bro, it's just like fanatical. How is the damage? I've heard people say Cyclone doesn't have good damage. I think the damage is very good for a League starter. I've been able to successfully do SSF runs and get all my Void Stones, even with shitty weapons. I think a lot of people, when they say Cyclone doesn't have damage, they're talking about doing like juiced T17s or Uber Pinnacle bosses. I always caution people, like, be wary about what people say. When they say something is not good, they're usually comparing it to like a meta build like Volcanic Fissure last league or Frost or something. Doing like, you know, Delirious, you know, 100% or Juice T17s. Which doesn't equate to League starter. Yeah, there's far better builds for doing T17s and Uber Pinnacle bosses in my build, but if you're asking can it do it, yes, it just requires a lot of investment. But for most people, what they'll probably enjoy is running my build as a league starter and generating a lot of currency. And then when they decide they want to do like super juice T17s or run uber pinnacle bosses all day, then they'll be ready to roll whatever the meta is for 3.27 and do that. There's not typically a lot of league starter builds that are going to end up, you know, killing uber pinnacle bosses in 5 seconds. My plan, actually, I wanted to try it out last league, but I didn't do it, is I want to make a champion for bossing. So I think like I might push my Slayer as far as it can go, and then I'll segue into stacking fortification scaling with the uniques, and doing some kind of impale crit super tanky champion cyclone build specifically for doing like, you know, the hardest content. And I think that's going to be what I plan. And then if it all works out, then I'm going to update the POB and I'll provide like an endgame tree for like a highly optimized bossing champion cyclone build essentially. I'm sure there's viable elemental cyclone builds. This build in particular is on the left side of the tree, so we scale staffs with block and we go fizz damage, crit, and impale. Usually LE builds are on the right side of the tree.
Approach, challenger.
Bro, what is with this latency going on with my internet right now? I'm like clicking on stuff and it's taking 5 seconds to load. Yeah, like I was able to do all the in-game content too. It just requires a bit of more investment on my build than it might for other builds, but it's possible. You can do pretty much almost all content. I just don't like to tell new players or players new to like, hey, you know, you're gonna be one-shotting uber bosses on my build, you know, day 3. That's not this build. Yeah, I don't wanna like oversell stuff or mislead people. But you can do everything on my build, just requires investment. Yeah, no problem, Mo. Thanks for stopping by. I decided I was going to level one more test SSF character before launch next week, so I'm going to play this over the next couple days and just kind of, you know, do the whole Atlas grind loop again and chat with people on stream if they have any questions about the build. I'm just basically ready to play the league. I'm just in PoE mode right now, so I don't mind leveling characters when I'm this hyped. I'm one of those people, I really enjoy the 0 to hero kind of thing, you know? So to me, like, starting with nothing and working your way up to, like, you know, a really good thing is a very satisfying thing for me in gaming. I really enjoy the struggle, you know? When you play,
awaits you with open jaws.
Thanks, Cutie, for the follow. What's up, man? And when you play something like SSF like I'm doing right now, it reveals things about my build to me that I otherwise wouldn't notice when I play trade, because I can solve those problems super easy. But when I play SSF, it makes certain things stand out more to me. I have no space in my bags. I use the normal Cyclone gem QD until I have the Stampede boots, and then I swap over to Cyclone of Tumult. So obviously on a fresh league start character like what I'm simulating right now, I'm using Cyclone, a Cyclone setup with my General's Cry setup. And then if I'm playing trade, I would just save up the money and buy the Stampede boots and get the gem. On SSF, you'd have to farm all those things. For damage scaling versus RF Chieftain on lowest investment, which is the best? I think my build probably does more damage than RF. RF is going to feel the most comfortable. I mean, it's RF. But I think RF hits a damage, like my... On low... Okay, so like on low investment, I'd say... I don't know. I feel like my build does very well on low investment. I mean, I'm playing it on SSF for a second time in the last 2 weeks. I think on low investment, mine is going to scale more damage. The thing that RF struggles with is single target damage, like notoriously. And my build has better single target damage than RF. 100%. RF just feels like far more comfy to play. RF is I'd say RF is, the better question is, RF is far tankier on low investment than my build. Far tankier. It does not do more damage. Actually, I might roll with these. Your build is super nice. I beat T17 and got all 4 Void Stones for the first time with your crit version. Hey, I'm glad to hear it. Glad to hear it. Alright, this is my least favorite act in the game. Hands down. I struggle every time I play this act. I hate it. Not a fan. Feels so good to have Mark now. Last question, mate. Which farming strat did you slam for last league for this build? I did ritual, I believe, last league. I start out expedition on my first initial tree and do a little bit of that kind of stuff, and then what I really went into is ritual. I think for this league I'm gonna do blight and ritual for my league start. So my first atlas tree will be like, you know, map completion and, or I should say map generation, and then I'll probably do some expedition, do some rod crafting the first day or two, and then as soon as I unlock the second tree, I'm gonna go blight ritual. No problem. And obviously, like, breach, whatever the breach mechanic is, I'm sure that'll be fun to farm. So
something. Any chance you might be willing to...
How you doing? Bring me back something.
You're a ritual addict? Ritual's a lot of fun. Like, a lot of fun. Let's see if I can craft anything on my gear real quick. Lately, got nerfed slightly with that Spectre change. Oh, yeah. Alright, let's get back to it. Did I miss the turn off for quest item? Already, I hate this. I hate this act. Must be further ahead than where I was a second ago. Be right around the corner here. Could have watched a Cyclone start. I love starting RF, but hate the low single target. Ended up rerolling. Surely Breach League is worth it. Yeah. Yeah, I was just talking about this. I feel like RF Chieftain has way more tank at low investment, and I feel like my build just scales damage way higher. If we're talking about like up until like T17s and Ubers, which both builds are not ideal for without lots of investment. Does Cyclone move speed clear get better with Stampede, or is there always... So, movement speed gets a lot better than what you're seeing right now, to a degree. But Stampede is not going to be as fast as some people like it. So Stampede has a set movement speed, right? It can never really get faster outside of getting the Shrine effect for speed. Whereas on this build right now, I only have 14% movement speed on my boots. And you could scale movement speed in other ways with regular Cyclone. So you can either play Cyclone and stack movement speed in various ways to go zoomy, or if you play Stampede, you move at a decent pace, but it's not like super fast. Not as fast as some people like in this game. So it just depends on what you're looking. I like Stampede and Cyclone of Tumult because Cyclone of Tumult does way better AoE and damage, so I'm fine with the movement speed on Stampede boots. Yeah, you can just leap and click for 5 seconds for the high damage. You can totally do that, and that'll be, I guess, fine for mapping. But for me, I kind of like the visual of seeing the Cyclone, you know. So I kind of like just stacking the stacks up and then.
The Empire awaits you with open jaws.
I'm not like I've never been someone that's been like really obsessed with the super zoomy playstyle in this game. I don't like PoE 2. I think it's too slow. But I think in PoE 1, like the super fast playstyle just, I don't know, just doesn't appeal to me. I'm okay with like the way Stampede moves, which is faster than this, but not as fast as I guess some people want. Thanks, Sleepin', for the follow. Cyclone was my first build back in OG Abyss League. Loved it, but after playing in Legion, hard to play now after nerfs. Yeah, I feel like Cyclone's in a pretty good spot right now. And with the 20% more damage buff, it's going to be pretty good. I think people have, and I'm not saying this is you, but I think the community has thought that Cyclone's just a terrible thing for a while. And Cyclone by itself is, but when you augment it with something like General's Cry or Frozen Legion or something else to augment the single target damage, it's actually pretty good.
Unit heading up to the code 3 chase. Suspect was last reported southbound on Highway 99. Can you give me more info on that call?
Yeah, it's low damage and slow. It's definitely slow compared to, like, if you're talking about playing, like, you know, some Bosco or something. Yeah, it's incredibly slow compared to that. But like in a second here, when I get to the waypoint,
Empire lives on.
I'll pause the timer and I'll show you my character from 3.26, and you can kind of see, you know, what speed on Stampede looks like. So thanks, Apollo, for the sub. It's not Legion Cyclone, it's too slow. I mean, Legion Cyclone was cracked. Like, there's a reason why everyone thinks about, when they think of Cyclone and its glory, they think of Legion for a good reason. So this is the movement speed. What you're seeing right now is as fast as you're going to go with Stampede. For some people, this is just not good enough. But for me, it's fine. I don't care. So when you're doing a map, it basically... Obviously, the gear I have on this character is like this is how it moves with Leap Slam. Obviously, the gear I have on this character is cracked right now, but if I just throw in like a random map here, you know, we just do like a random map, you can see kind of like what the play style is like with Stampede. So the reason I like Stampede is it enables me to... Stampede enables me to use Cyclone of Tumult without the movement speed cost, and Cyclone of Tumult just has amazing AoE, and it does more damage than the regular Cyclone. So this is the playstyle. You basically just, you're a giant like saw of death, and you just mow everything down. Yeah, I mean, this is the gameplay. It's just very chill, you know. And if I like throw in like a T17, let's see. Make sure there's nothing on this that's like stupid, like fucking drowning orbs or something. I hate T17s. This should be fine. This is what it looks like in a T17. Okay, yeah, if you're going Blight, you can just set towers and chill. Yeah, T17s are just so fucking annoying, but this is a T17. I like Fortress, obviously, because, you know, with Cyclone of Tumult, you cover the entire thing, right? You know? So you just kind of mow through and kill everything. You know, so there's obviously builds that are far better at, you know, running T17 super duper quick and all this stuff, but, you know, this is the speed you get with Stampede. And basically, you know, I like Fortress because the Cyclone covers pretty much the entire spawn area of mobs, and so you just kind of just like, you know, you mow everything down. You know, and then you get to the boss. Then we go do boss. This boss is kind of annoying because he does do some pretty big hits. And he's got like that stacking degen shit that he does, so that's like, you know, pretty annoying also. But there's the boss. Nah, no yoke, yeah. Now keep in mind, I have pretty expensive gear on this character at this point. This is why I was telling people, like, you can do, like, all content on my build. The question is, how much do you want to invest? Compared to other builds, there's a higher ceiling on investment on my build to be able to, you know... And this isn't even a juice T17, right? This is just like, you know... I just threw a random T17 in the map device. You know, I'm not running Scarabs right now or anything like that. I think I've got a tree that's spec'd into all the increased explicit modifiers, though. I think this was a Abyss farming tree I was doing. But, like, you know, I don't know. So when you say, like, Cyclone does no damage, I'm like, well, I don't know. Like, I think people think of it like Cyclone does no damage because, like, I have to put a lot of currency into it compared to other stuff, which is, I think, the truth of the matter. But to say, like, you can't do a T17, to say, like, you can't do Uber bosses, you know, I mean, and what I like about the build is when you get it to this point, I'm not even focusing on what I'm doing. I'm like a Roomba. You're a giant Roomba that just kind of roams around and kills everything, you know? It's kind of like playing RF if RF had damage at this level, like, is the best way to think about it, you know? Because you just hold down your Cyclone, and I'm not using any other ability. I'm not pressing any other button right now. It's a one-button build, basically, you know? There you go. Yeah, the chest is pretty good. The chest solves a lot of problems. You know, it gives us stun immunity. It gives us total mana costs. Apply additional curse. Attacks have additional crit scaling. You know. Yeah. Lots of expensive gear on that guy, though. Make no mistake. That's not like a week 1 character. I mean, for me, this was like a week 2-ish character because, you know, I know how to farm currency and craft and stuff. But, you know, you're not going to see that kind of shit in the first, like, 3 days. But that's an example of the build at its highest level, scaled out to do, like, all content, right? What you're seeing on my stream right now is me playing a character at its lowest level in SSF you know, to give you that kind of idea. So desperately need more life right now, more than anything. Alright, I think we're going to start segueing into some of the staff nodes. Yeah, no problem last second. So there you go. That's the speed with Stampede. For me, it's fine. Some people want to like zoom through like a fucking tornado or something, and I get it. And if you want to do that, just don't run Stampede, run regular Cyclone. You'll do less damage, but at that level, you're doing so much damage anyways, it kind of doesn't matter. You're just going to have less AoE, and you're going to have less overall damage. Which, for mapping, doesn't really matter, but if you're trying to do Juice T17 bosses or Ubers, you kind of want to have that extra damage from Tumult, so... But 20% more damage to Cyclone, so like maybe you can justify a world in which, okay, you know, I'm not running Cyclone of Tumult, I'm running regular Cyclone. However, you know, I have that 20% more damage now, but also Cyclone of Tumult has that 20% more damage, so it just basically is the same playing field. The ceiling's just higher on the damage for both of them. When do you swap to Cyclone? I swapped to Cyclone in Act 3. Yeah, I play Spectral Throw in Act 1, then I play Sunder to Act 3, and then I swap to my Cyclone setup in Act 3. I have all that laid out in the POV. I went the wrong way. I do this every time. I hate Act 8. Ugh. I despise it. What's up, Green? Yeah, basically once you get access to the gem and you get like a staff that you can, you know, craft a fizz roll on, you can make the swap to Cyclone. I used to recommend swapping to Cyclone a little bit later, but once I added the General's Cry setup as a second link in there, yeah, you do it right away, pretty much.
The Empire awaits you with open jaws.
Thanks, Apollo, for the follow on Twitch. Sub on YouTube, follow on Twitch. Much appreciated. What's up, Apollo, again? Yeah, I think the build is very tanky for Cyclone. I think if you're looking at Cyclone builds, it's probably the tankiest one out there. But if you compare it to something like, say, RF, Chieftain, that's obviously going to be a tankier build for a League starter. But if you want to play Cyclone, you want to play the tankiest version of it, this is the build. I have a question. In your POB, are you still using Sunder on your weapon at level 47 to 77? If you mean in my General's Cry setup, I believe I have Sunder in there, although I recommend swapping to Ground Slam of, what is it, Earth Shaking, whenever you can get that gem, because Ground Slam of Earth Shaking has better AoE, and what I want from my clones a lot of time when I'm mapping is for them to help me out with AoE clear. So the Ground Slam of Earth Shaking, I believe, does slightly better damage too than Sunder, but it definitely has better AoE. And since we're playing like a Fizz DPS build, we want our clones to use like a slam skill that's like Fizz damage. We're not doing any kind of LE conversion or anything like that.
Going.
Probably time to start looking at vendor for crafting a new weapon. I gotta go see what bases the vendor has. I have quite a bit of gold I could gamble too. Might get lucky. What's up, NDR? Mr. Fax, how's it going? Have you discovered any fun tech for Cyclone and patch notes except the obvious stuff? Not yet. I think what we need is all the Bloodline Ascendency info to drop, and once we have that, we can kind of look at maybe potentially dropping 2 points. I think dropping 4 points would be too much from Slayer, but I could see us dropping 2 points for one of the new Bloodline Ascendancies. We just need all the info. I do think that there's too many variables right now. So there's the Bloodline Ascendancies, also the craziness with uniques, and the fact that we can roll off the downsides might make it so that running a unique that I otherwise didn't consider for the build is now extremely viable. You know, so like there's some uniques out there that, you know, without a certain downside on the item, it could be very valuable on the build. So I have to see like what's possible with the new crafting system. There might be some crazy tech there. I've always wanted to try Cyclone. This is the first guide I've seen that's actually good and explains things. Hey, I appreciate that. That's why I do these live streams, to show you like leveling the character in an SSF private league environment, so you can see like, you know, what it actually looks like without any kind of assistance from other players or trade. And then answer questions if anyone has them. I'm not the fastest leveler, so obviously some people might be able to do what I'm doing a lot quicker. At the very least, I'm consistent. It seems like about 6.5 to 7 hours is my campaign time, no matter what I try. But you're just saying when we swap the champ? Yeah, that's true. Yeah, I think swapping a champ for Uber bossing could be interesting, and then, yeah, depending on the Bloodline Ascendancies. Someone mentioned earlier the old Fortification Ascendancy. If something like that's been wrapped up in the new stuff, that could be interesting. It's all the way around the other side. Naturally, I pick the longest way to get there. What's up, Busty? I am way up past my usual bedtime. I was supposed to go to breakfast with the family in the morning, so I'm probably gonna end up sleeping a little bit, getting a nice brunch. Well, not really brunch, it's still gonna be early in the morning breakfast, and then going back to sleep a few hours. That way I'm rested when I stream tomorrow. But yeah, I'm an old dude. Usually I'm asleep 3 hours ago. It's like midnight right now on the West Coast in the States. Wish Starcaller was better because that effect is so cool. I wanted Starcaller to be cool. Unfortunately, to scale that weapon, you have to do something completely different than my build, and yeah, I didn't want to like make an entirely different Cyclone build. So that's why I'm interested in doing a pivot to champion later in the league, because you know, you swap some Ascendancy stuff, some stuff on the tree, but you don't have to really change too much because you're still like, you know,
The Empire lives on,
a duelist.
and so do its most loyal of servants.
Thanks, Joel, for the sub. Much appreciated. Oh, you know what? I just realized something interesting. I'm gonna take off Flesh and Stone because I don't have enough unreserved mana to trigger Poacher's Mark.
The
Just 'cause I'm
Empire
tired.
lives on, and so do its most loyal of servants.
Thanks, John, for the sub. Take this guy.
You're right.
I'm gonna keep that Cluster Jewel attack damage. We might be able to do something with that later. It's a really low level Cluster Jewel though, but it'll be interesting. I don't have my map tab set up or anything yet. Hey, that's our first map right there. Terrace. Nice. Our first map of this testing. Alright, what do we got here? Nope. Nope. Falstaff is actually a pretty good base. We could try to craft on this thing. But we'll probably find a better staff. I'm gonna go ahead and just buy it. Do I have any scours? Probably not. Got one. Alright, so we could... Do I really have no jewelers? That is bonkers. I could move gems around though, but...
Be careful. Watch yourself.
Alright, we're gonna keep this here for now, but I do have some gold. I might gamble real quick, see if we get lucky. I mean... Slightly better than what I got. We just need some more intellect, right? So we're gonna actually have to do this. We're gonna have to do this anyway, so we might as well grab it now. And we can swap over to you. I guess I'll craft attack speed on this. How much accuracy is that? That's a decent amount of accuracy. This will help me when I drop Resolute Technique and go to crit. But still kind of mid on damage. Okay. Alright, let's go finish this horrible act and move on to Act 9. Ho 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 ho. Hey, our second map. Nice. Alright. Damn, I was like trying so hard. I don't know why I'm trying to pick up a tab card, but I was like, must pick up the tab card, and died for my troubles. Freaking Revenants, dude. They're actually one of the scariest monsters in the game. What is that, dude? Holy moly, we gotta run away from that thing. This is why we really need a corrupted blood flask. Our first 6 socket. Divine Life Flask. Can I really not pick up the Divine Life Flask? I want that. Get rid of this. Actually gonna drop this mana flask. I really don't have another flask to use right now, so I might probably just keep running a mana, I guess. I don't have anything else to use. I get a couple flasks in these 2 acts, so basically we're at a point where I'm gonna start getting myself ready within the next 15 levels or so to get out of crit. Basically right when I finish the campaign I want to be out of Resolute Technique and into crit, I should say. So I'll be picking up some points on the tree that start positioning me towards that. First I'm gonna grab some block nodes for staffs, and then I'm gonna pick up the accuracy wheel so I can get away from using Resolute Technique. And then I'll start picking up some crit nodes on the tree. And by the time I do all that, we should be right around level 70 in maps out of the campaign. Yeah. Doing this like it's the beginning of Act 5 was going the wrong way. It's funny. I am a little brain dead right now. Just what I needed, more red class filth. Yeah. Good old betrayal.
I'll fight. Rip up in my own blood.
Let's go do the scary chaos spider.
You killed Shakai.
105 life, 21 fire, 37 lightning. No movement speed. Rip. Let's actually do second lab real quick.
The Empire awaits you with open jaws.
Thanks, March, for the follow. Yeah, let's just knock this out. Want to get that coal.
The weary traveler draws close to the end of the essence of an empire must be shared equally amongst all of its citizens.
Fucking deleted. I should get my cast one damage and molten shell going too. We'll do that after lab. I love labs so much. It's my favorite thing ever. Careful, I do not have bleed immunity. Okay. Not bad. All right. Back to it.
An emperor must bear two blades, hope in the left hand, surety in the right.
Did a test on your in-game weapon crafting today. Long story short, there are no contempts left in Merp. Yeah. What's up, Orion? It's an expensive craft, yeah. And it, depending on your RNG, it can take a lot of contempts. Take a lot of contempts. I know that pain all too well myself. The silver lining, I guess, is there's going to be so much supply, I think, in this coming league with the new trade system that should be a lot of resources available. Maybe with the new tree crafting too, we'll be able to get like some good stats. Gotta love that coal, baby. Got to love the coal.
The Empire awaits you with open jaws.
Thanks, Block, for the follow. Question you might not be able to answer, but on my Aurabot I only have 16k mass face hit. How do I increase that? On your Aurabot? I don't know anything about your Aurabot. Usually you would increase your max fizz hit with things like, you know, Termination Aura, stacking more armor, converting fizz damage taken to some kind of elemental, using like a Cloak of Flame or something. Usually it's like stacking armor endurance charges too. To which belt are you referring? So people use that on Mercs in 3.26. I don't know if that's worth using on, I believe, so you're an aura bot, so you're trying to do that for your friends, then yeah, if you wear that belt, it would affect nearby allies. So if you're trying to help them out, that would help them out. But if you're looking at trying to do it for yourself, then you would need something like a Cloak of Flame if you're looking to mitigate. Yeah, that's the name of the belt. I was right at the exit too. It's so rough. This game hates me. Yeah, I'm not an expert on ore bots. There's entire guides out there on how to build an ore bot. So I don't want to give you like misleading information. Yeah, typically ore bots are constructed a very specific way for group play. And have very specific gear. Stack as much ores as possible. And there's a whole community behind that. I would imagine it has something to do with like running determination to assist your allies with higher physical damage reduction. As well as maybe something like using a unique like Calm's Binding. Does enough ES increase the max fizz? I don't think so. It definitely it's like acts like a larger hit pool in a way, but I don't believe like stacking ES does that. I'd have to POB it out. To the best of my knowledge, usually increasing your max fizz hit has to do with like armor stacking and running as many endurance charges as possible. Maybe doing something like running evasion and then speccing into iron reflexes to convert evasion into more armor too. Yeah. Those are like the top things that come to mind when I think about like mitigating fizz damage. And then obviously like yeah, iron reflexes converts your evasion into more armor. or into armor basically. And then there's obviously, like I said, uniques that like the belt that convert fizz damage from enemies into something else, or something like Cloak of Flame that converts physical damage taken into, you know, %X elemental something instead. You can also get like physical damage reduction rolls on like your chest and things like that. I believe shield too. Further assist with that. Cloak of Flame. It's what Pox uses on his RF build. Ooh, spicy. Yeah, Cloak of Flame.
I see you.
Yeah, I have no idea how to gear an Orbot. So if that's what you're, if that's what they're recommending, or that's what you've read, it's a lot of intelligence on a neck. Lose a little bit of resistance, but I can craft on some resistance, and I get increased armor. I kind of like that neck actually quite a bit. I'm at 53% now. This puts me at. It's just a little bit. It's not too much. Oh no, you're fine. I just don't know anything about Ourobots. But I can probably drop one of these intelligence passives now. Some more block here. Then do my resistances look like at the moment? The lightning resists. Guess I could go lightning cold. Okay. Let's set up one of our map tabs now. you have like the crit PDR but only have increased armor and helmet. Is that kind of all you need? I believe if you're talking about the physical damage reduction version that doesn't use Abyssus, you'd want to probably just stack as much armor on the helm as possible. You're basically using a rare helmet to like give your like life resistances and armor. And then if you really want to, you can try to get like increased physical damage taken from nearby enemies or whatever on there to give you a bit of a damage boost with some crafting. But yeah, you'd want to stack as much armor as possible in life and resistances. Mostly life and armor. And then maybe try to get the influence nearby enemies take increased physical damage taken. And then elevate it to like, what, 12%? Alright, let's grab a... I kind of like using the sulfur flask. Though I think silver would be better. And we're going to eventually be running a diamond flask with this. But we'll just run that for right now. Or I could start speccing into my stuff so that I can swap to crit soon. It's probably the play. I'd actually put points into that right now. The final act. The final frontier. Give me 1 second. Switch over to that. Going the wrong way. I'm playing on Steam right now, pretty tired, but I want to finish this campaign up before I crash for the evening. Let's actually grab these quests down here first. What's my go-to for farming late game? I'm trying to remember. I was doing the Abyssal Horde stuff for a little bit, which obviously they deleted that from the game because it was too OP. I did some Rogue Exiles and T-17s for a while too, and that was pretty good. I had pretty good success with those two strats. Yeah, ice and fire towers, and then I run the blighted maps, and then when I get the blight ravage, run the blight ravaged. It's pretty chill. Pretty good time. They really not grab the... Oh, that's right, because I didn't go all the way up there. I'm knocking out the bottom stuff first. Let's go do skill point quest. I gotta go back to like 1 or 2 acts and grab some skill points I skipped too. And then we gotta do our final lab once I grab the trial in a few minutes. Cyclone OP next league. How's it going, Crank? Yeah, I'm pretty excited. We got a pretty good buff to the build. No nerfs. Everything is pretty good. I'm very excited. I'm so excited. I'm playing my second SSF test character in 2 weeks now. So I leveled up a test character in a private league a week ago, over a week. Finished that up yesterday. And now I'm leveling another one before the actual launch next week, so... I'm just ready to hit the new content. Alright, at this point we can drop Resolute Technique. Let's see what our accuracy is at. Yeah, we have a 100% chance to hit. So we've dropped that. We're going to go into the nodes now, because as we work our way through here, then we'll start to take these crit nodes up this way. This will be pretty good. Alright, so I don't need to worry about precision for probably several levels. That's good. And This is what I was saying. When you make that swap to crit, you can do it before the end of the campaign. You just drop Resolute Technique, and you pick up this cluster right here, and that pretty much puts you at your chance to hit cap. You don't have a lot of crit right now, obviously, but you have the possibility of critting, and we have hit cap. And then we just start slowly speccing into block and crit on the tree at this point. Easy money. We will want to swap our mark to an assassin's mark too. So that's something I'll do in several levels. It's not super important right now because we virtually have no crit stacking, but eventually we'll want to swap over to an assassin's mark.
The Empire lives on, and so do its most
Thank Jesters
loyal
for the
servants.
sub.
The Empire awaits you with
Thanks Storm
open
for the follow,
doors.
much appreciated. Alright.
The Empire awaits you with open jaws.
Sour for the follow too. Thanks guys. Amazing. Much appreciated. I just need you to live through this, my dude. Sweet. We can do our final lab whenever. Well, well, well. What do we have here? Open prefix. It's kind of crazy. Block spell damage is not ideal, but 291 DPS. I mean, almost 100 more Fizz DPS. It's pretty good. Green, red. Alright, level 66 for that. It's pretty good. $320, that's pretty good. Not a bad weapon to start out maps with. What's up, Dean? Good morning. I guess it's technically the morning. It's 1 a.m. for me here in the States, so it's technically on the other side of the evening, right? Ah, okay. So you must be over in Europe, I imagine.
What's this? A new challenger?
You've been here before, haven't you? Your name is very familiar. I feel like you were here during the last go around of Cyclone Shenanigans. I'm also incredibly tired right now, so my brain is pretty much dead, and everything I'm doing is autopilot. Doing the cursor? Yeah, I use a third-party app, YOLO Mouse, right now, but it's not too hard to set up. Feels so much better. I can actually see it. Yeah, it's like a game changer. Being able to, especially when I'm this tired and I've been playing late into the evening, it's like makes it very easy to keep track of where I'm at. I was gonna say, I remember your tag, and I was like, I know we've talked in the past. I just have a really bad memory, and then it's also like super late right now, so I'm like playing through brain fog essentially. Can I ding before this guy? Probably not. Third time league start with your build. Glad you're enjoying it. This will be also, I did this 3.25, 2.6, and now 2.7, yeah, so likewise. Yeah, this new weapon's gonna be really good when I can equip it. My damage is starting to peel off with the current weapon. Ooh, ouch. Yeah, I wanted to finish up leveling this fresh character, and then maybe do a few maps, and then I'm gonna go to bed because I got breakfast with the family in a few hours. I'm in love with your build. You helped me as well to craft with your videos, so I learned too. Yeah, no problem, Dean. Glad that you've had a good time playing the build and had success with it. Makes it all the worthwhile. That life roll is kind of tragic, but I like the armor. It's like double the armor. So we might do something with this. Our first orb of binding too is pretty good. Oh, yeah, well, the mercenaries were some pretty good borrowed power for sure, I'm not gonna lie. They were pretty nice. But when you look at it, we're losing some nice unique interactions with them, but effectively we're losing determination, which was a nice free aura to have. Otherwise, like, you know, they did provide some shenanigans with some of the uniques, but I think people are forgetting that. Right? We're gonna have the new graphs from the crafting, right? So those limb things you can attach to you that have stats and stuff. So we're gonna have like borrowed power from those graphs that you can craft onto your body, and you're gonna be able to have 2 of them. Then there's gonna be like the potential crazy stuff with uniques. So yeah, I think we're gonna have some relative borrowed power anyways from the new league mechanic. Alright, I'm gonna go, I think after I grab the skill points, I'm going to use the restroom real quick, and then we'll do final lab, and then we'll do Katava, and that should be it for the campaign run. Maybe do a couple maps real quick. I'm testing right now a Cyclone Fulgrim build without the Merc. Yeah, that's why I'm doing this SSF test right now. I don't have any mercenaries in this test. I rolled a standard SSF private league, so no mercenaries. Good morning. Why do you don't have any mana issues in the beginning of using Cyclone? When you make the swap to Cyclone, you want to pick up these mana clusters. You're going to pick up Spirit of War, and you're going to pick up Cannibalistic Rite. You want to get the reduced mana cost of skills. So if you grab these mana points, when you respec out of the bleed and swap over to Cyclone and pick up these mana clusters early on, it helps with your mana sustain. I'm trying to think. I'm actually going to fix something real quick before we do lab. Let's allocate this. Bitter Soul, the Brian King going. Actually, I want the physical damage reduction. And we can drop our mana flask now. Don't need this, and we can grab our diamond flask. Sure. I was looking for a build and found your video, but some friends told me it's pretty hard after 260 map, and Cyclone became giga pricey for minor improvement. Is that true? Sorry for my English. It does cost a bit of investment to do Cyclone. If your goal is to do like Uber Pinnacle boss farming and like juice T17s, then it does require a lot of investment in Cyclone to do that. It's possible. I was streaming on earlier today doing a T17 on my main character, but yeah, it does cost a bit of investment. It's possible though. Alright, I made it to X6. I'm gonna call it here. Good night, fellas. Good night, Supreme. Thanks for stopping by and tuning in. Yeah, I'm pretty tired. I'm gonna finish up the campaign and maybe do a few maps, and I'm gonna go to bed. I just wanted to get the campaign done so I can just be mapping all day tomorrow once I log in. Yeah, the build scales as far as you want to scale it, right? So it's a great league starter, but after T16s, if you're trying to do like, you know, crazy juice T17 content and Uber Pinnacle bosses, you're gonna have to sink a bit of money into the build to be able to do that. That's why it's not like, you know, that's why Cyclone is not like, you know, one of the top 3 meta builds or something like that. But it's very reliable as a league starter, very reliable for getting your void stones and for doing Atlas progression and doing T16 farms and doing regular bossing. And then if you want to sink the currency into it, like I showed on stream earlier, you can 100% do T17s and Uber Pinnacle bosses. It's just, it requires investment. Might try some early heisting to get my stampedes. That was my goal. Thanks, Sunshine, for the sub. Hopefully they answered your question. That was my goal with my first SSF character last week, but I had such a busy work schedule this past week, I just didn't have time to set up my rogues gallery and do all that. So I might try doing some heisting on this character again, but we'll see. Like, my work schedule this week shouldn't be as hectic, but at the same time, you know, I don't know. I'm planning on taking a 4-day weekend for League launch, so I'm definitely gonna have that time set aside. I love that you can League start it and then scale it with pretty much no ceiling. Yeah, like, the sky's the limit, as the saying goes, for how much money you want to sink into the build. I'm just pulling up PoE Labs so I don't pick the wrong direction here. Looks like I want to go left, because no terrible gauntlet that way. Yeah, if you're playing like SSF, I would say heist is probably what I would do to try to farm replica Stampede over regular Stampede from Blight. This is the math that I saw for whatever it's worth, but it looks like replica Stampede is about 1 in 300 wing runs. So if you do like 3 wings of blueprint, you're looking at 100 blueprints on average to get a replica Stampede, which sounds pretty terrible, but you know. However, getting like Stampede from Blighted maps, I've heard people that have been like, I ran Blighted and Blight Ravaged maps like the entire league on SSF and never saw the Stampede. So either way, it's a grind, and there's, you know, obviously RNG involved. If you're playing trade, you can just buy them for like 2 divine or whatever. See how bad Azaro is. I'm a little nervous. I'm in here. It's about the same level. I'd rather be using this staff though. I gotta wait 2 levels. This is like 100 more physical DPS, so it'd be a lot better using this. Yeah, you just farm the money if you're playing trade. It's like super easy. Yeah, even with my staff I'm about to replace, my damage feels pretty good. So yeah, that was me blasting Azara right there, and that's hilarious. So that's me fighting Azara right there with the staff that I'm about to replace in 2 levels. We cover like all the improvement, or maybe you already did and I can go check your channel. I have tons of videos from 3.26, mostly live streams of me doing a lot of stuff, but I posted some update videos. But I will be, I streamed a lot this past week just doing SSF, showing like Voidstone progression and farming maps and T16s and stuff, and I'll be doing the same thing over the next several days with this new SSF character. And then during the actual league, I'll be posting some actual videos on content and things like that. I didn't even check PoE Lab to see where I'm going. I'm just wandering around aimlessly. Guess that was the right way. Alright, looks like we want to go right door. How can the bossing be fixed on the build? Investment. Yeah, I mean, I don't know, like, you just invest money into the build and follow my POB. But like, if you're asking like, can you do Uber bosses? Like, I was able to do Uber bosses, and I know tons of people have told me they had no issue doing bossing in T17s. It's just a matter of investing money into the build. So like, you know, following my guide and getting the upgrades. There's no, there's no fixing bossing on my build, because bossing is not a problem on my build as long as you invest. Like, if you want to do regular bosses, it should be no issue. And then if you want to do like Uber Pinnacle bosses, it's doable. You're going to have to sink quite a bit of currency into the build to do that. So for a lot of people, it's more sensible to play my build as a league starter for a few weeks and generate a bunch of currency. You know, do a bunch of T16 farming and all that kind of stuff, and then segue into like, you know, whatever the meta is in 3.27, because someone's going to have some crazy meta. It's kind of like how Forbidden Rite of Sacrifice didn't become like a known thing until like the, what, 3rd or 4th week of 3.26, and then everyone swapped to that. So yeah. Yeah, and that's perfectly fine. Like, if you have the damage, Endless Hunger is a great Ascendency node. It could be the case that, you know, in 3.27, once we have all the bloodline information, it's worth dropping 4 points from Slayer instead of 2. I'm already considering dropping 2 points based on maybe how good the Ascendancies are. But yeah, like, I think you got to keep Overleech. At the very least, you keep Overleech, and I really like Headsman. So I was thinking about dropping Impact or something else. But I could see myself even dropping Headsman and Impact if like there's some crazy tech with the Bloodline stuff. Yeah, no problem, Sunshine. And good morning to everyone in France right now. Yeah, I try to not like mislead people. There's far better builds out there if your sole focus is like just doing T17s and Uber bosses as quickly as possible. But like, I feel like my build's a great league starter, and you can do all content on it within reason. It just requires a bit more investment than the meta builds, I guess. Yeah, you're talking about the new Ashabi bloodline thing. I think I'm gonna wait till I see all of the bloodline information, and I'm gonna evaluate all the Ascendancy choices, and I'm hoping that they release all that prior to I'm hoping they release all that prior to the actual league launch, and it's not like something that we have to find out from the community later. I enjoy Cyclone a lot. I think it's a lot of fun, so it's what I like to play. It's my jam. Alright, we got our final lab before we do Katava. That ring is actually kind of crazy. 90 life and 42 dexterity. And I could craft fire and lightning on there, so I can just basically replace that ring. I'm a little worried about the intelligence on that ring. It'll probably brick something, but we can fix that on the passive tree. Yeah, I'm just going to throw fire and lightning on here and basically replace what I'm getting from the implicit. So we have just enough intelligence. That's cool. Alright. That's a lot of life. See that? I'm gonna gamble one more time just to see if I get a decent staff. Better than what I currently was gonna swap to. 290. Well, there it is. Alright, game. Still not used to the high life rolls. They are pretty high, huh? Yeah, I mean, even after a couple leagues, it does feel a little weird. Damn, I don't have 4 chaos yet, but still, much better staff, and I can swap to it now. And it's a chance to block attack. It's perfect. All right, so we got our decent staff for starting out maps. It's pretty good. Can't really complain about that. Sell all these. Is there any other gear I want to upgrade? I could use a better belt, honestly. Or maybe gamble for a belt. There's too much resistances we're giving up.
The Empire lives on.
Are we getting some graph tech too? I honestly haven't looked yet. I mean, we're going to be able to use 2 graphs from the new league mechanics, so yeah. Thanks, Bond, for the sub. Alright, let's go do Katava. Let's see what this feels like. And then I'm going to take a quick break, use the restroom, and then I might do a couple maps before I crash tonight. And then the plan tomorrow is just push the Atlas as far as possible. I'm going to try to just progress as much as I can tomorrow through the Atlas on this character. You scale a lot higher than 20 million DPS SP. I guess like I guess I'm not taking into account like the portion of it that's like you know, a portion of it that's Cyclone damage. So I guess like if you look at my Cyclone damage here, yeah, it's like, I don't know, the Impale DPS with Cyclone, it's about over 40 million. Then you've got the cold DPS, and then you've got what Ground Slam's doing, and then Shockwave. I don't know, the damage is a lot more than you think. Well, yeah, you need real investment, you know. But the same argument could be made like saying, oh, you know, it's sad that Cyclone can only do like 40 to 50 million DPS and other builds can do like 200 million DPS. Yeah, those other builds that are doing 200 million DPS aren't doing it on a 10 divine budget, so... But yes, like, you're in a world where, like, you know, there's builds that do far more damage than this. But you also don't need, you know, 200 million DPS to do anything in this game. That's just like, that's just wanting to be ridiculous at that point, which is fine. There's nothing wrong with people that want to scale as much damage as possible. But to say that you need that damage to play the game is wrong. Probably, yeah. You could probably use your Shatter in place of Sunder, because it's essentially just a... we're looking for any kind of Fizz DPS slam for our General's Cry. Nothing with LA conversion. Like, it's like the old adage, more damage is always better, right? Right? The best defense is offense. So I'm not going to say that like builds that do 4 times the damage aren't better than Cyclone, because they are, but it's also, I think, unfair to be like Cyclone can't do all the stuff in the game. It can. It just requires investment, and for the same kind of investment, you can have a build that does far more damage. So just it basically comes down to like, what kind of gameplay do you like, right? Yes, this can do Harvest. I'll probably be doing Harvest on this build tomorrow, actually. But I feel like bossing is hard, since for me it's kind of squishy. What makes bossing hard on Cyclone, honestly, is the uptime, right? Because you have to be on top of the boss spinning. And with this build, you have General's Cry, so you have some, you know, added damage from the clones. But whenever you have to like move away for a mechanic or something, you lose all damage, right? But the same could be said for a lot of melee builds. You know, if you're playing, you know, a lot of other melee builds, if you have to dodge something, you know, you're going to stop doing damage, with the exception of like, we were playing Fisher last league or something, where the whole screen is covered in damage. And I never really thought of Fisher as a melee build. It's, you know... Yeah. Because I'm using Cyclone as a main ability, not as a trigger for something else. Usually cast on crit, you're scaling another ability, not Cyclone. Cyclone's just the way to trigger it. I league started your build and swapped over to crit Chaos Cycle, ended up with like 173 million according to POV. Obviously wasn't cheap. Yeah. Like I said, it all comes down to like what you want to do. I like to spin the win playstyle, right? So to me this is fun. And if it means I do a quarter of the damage of whatever the meta build is for the league, I'm okay with that, because I can still do everything in the game I want to do. If I want to get 40 out of 40, I can do it, you know? If I want to farm T17s, I can do it. I can do whatever I want in this game playing Cyclone. It may cost me a little bit more money than other builds. I may do 1/4 the damage that those builds do, but I can still do everything. And it doesn't take me like 30 minutes to kill a T17 boss. It doesn't even take me like a minute to kill a T17 boss playing Cyclone. But it does require investment. So I don't try to mislead new players and be like, oh, it's going to be as good as like whatever the meta is. It won't. But it'll be good. You went crazy with it, huh? You went full on Cyclone Madness and pumped it as far as you could. That's fair. Alright, he's gonna cover everything in fire, and then he should die. I love spin to win. Yeah, I've tried doing spin to win at last epoch also, it wasn't the same. 20% more damage is essentially like having an extra gym support. It's pretty big. Alright, so we are done. How bad are my resistances? That's not too bad coming out of that campaign. We need to put a little bit of love into our gear, but I think I'll do the Curak mission real quick, unlock the map device, and then I'm gonna go grab some water and use the restroom. Then I'll go turn the timer off, I guess. Go ahead and kill this. We're done with that. So like basically I was about 15 minutes quicker than my last run, so that's not too bad, I guess. I'm not the fastest leveler, but 6 hours and 40-ish minutes, I'll take it. I do a combination of gambling for the staffs and you know, crafting bases from vendors, basically. Alright, let's do our first map here. Ritual is going to be a little scary right now because we have no chaos resistance. Yeah, see, this guy is like just Giga blasting us with his chaos damage. Plus our resistances are fucked right now too. Yeah, I think for right now I'm just gonna avoid ritual. I just want to do this map. Completion. the other things. Until we get instilling an orb set up, the other things. But yes, I'm pressing my flasks very quickly. I always skip the boss room on this map. I'm sure there's a way to do Cyclone Cast on your poison build. There's a lot of people theory crafting some kind of Cyclone poison stuff on Reddit past day or so. Yeah, I mean, a lot of Cyclone stuff you find I wouldn't be surprised if it's dated. Alright, I'll be right back, guys. I'm gonna grab some water. Okay. Let's do a few maps. Oh, I didn't complete my mission with Kurak, so let's do that real quick. I also forgot to do the terrace, now that I think about it. I gotta do this skill point still. What are my passives at? Yeah, I'm missing the one from Reflection of Terror, through the Sacred Ground, deal with the bandits. This is what I was missing. Through the sacred ground, deal with the bandits. So that might be the golden hand point. And this one. I guess I didn't do the golden hand. I thought I did. It's all blur. Might actually be my first Chaos Orb this run. Take it to 5 for right now, I think. Didn't do the golden hand. Rip. Yeah, when you make the Cyclone swap in the campaign, at first it feels not entirely too great unless you have like a good weapon already. But once you start like rolling pretty good staffs during the campaign, it just starts to feel better and better. And usually by Act 6, it feels pretty good. It feels pretty good. But it is a little rough at first, and it's largely dependent on how good of a staff did you roll. You know, for the transition. It felt pretty good on this run through because I had like almost a 200 physical DPS staff like right after I made the swap, shortly after that. So right now I've got like a 300, almost a 350 PDPS staff going into white maps, so it feels pretty good. Probably pick up rage tech points too. Be pretty good. I'll go for rage points next. Make the tree poop out some fizz staffs. Yeah, it's gonna be a lot of tree poop in the near future, that's for sure. If any luck, it might help us skip the Essence stage. If we're lucky, yeah. One can hope, right? For sure. Any thoughts on new Conflag Arrow skill? I wonder which is sending for it. I haven't looked at it, Josh, so I'm not sure. I'm not going to sit here and expect Necrocast, but just spitting out 4,000% more likely Fizz mod saves over and over gonna hit. I mean, if we can deterministically narrow it down to staves and specify like Fizz mods, that would be extremely like good. Obviously, it would be really nice. Just farm like stave nodes over and over, or physical staffs over and over. Just be having the tree poop them out on a regular basis. I mean, I don't know. Like, I kind of feel like maybe, like, it's like when you roll Harvest, Fizz mod's more likely. There's a lot of staffs we could get that have, like, T8 and T7 and T6 rolls, you know? So... yeah, if you do filter command. Should work. There it is. Much mana, 45. Might have to take this for now just to free up enough mana so that I can use my auras and have my curse, my mark trigger. Gain our rage back here. I hear that Pee-wee has a cool new soundtrack. Is that for the Keepers? Keepers of the Flame? Alright, I think this will be my last map, guys, and I'm gonna crash. It was pretty good leveling session. Got the campaign, got a couple maps done. Builds in a pretty good place for me to hit the ground running tomorrow and just really push the Atlas. But it gave some people hopefully a chance to see, like, you know, leveling the character up in real time. And, you know, this is what it would look like in maps without, you know, any assistance from trade or economy. Starting out, fresh character. Quarter crafting station now available in hideouts. GG.
The Empire lives on, and so do its most loyal of servants.
Thanks, Mario, for the sub.
The Empire lives on, and so do its most loyal
Thanks,
of
Benjamin, for the
servants.
sub. Much appreciated.
The Empire lives on, and so do its most loyal
Thanks,
of
N1, for the
servants.
sub. Thank you, thank you. Alright, everybody, there you have it. Leveling, a couple maps. Okay, I think I figured out the class thing. Good for you, mids. But yeah, I think I'm gonna go ahead and retire for the evening. I'm gonna sleep for about 5 hours, do some family stuff in the morning, and then I'll be streaming tomorrow. The plan is basically push the Atlas, get my starter tree set up. We're gonna do some harvest. Maybe a little bit of expedition, and then we'll set up a second tree for probably some blight stuff. So I'll need to get some oils and whatnot, get some blight farms going. But yeah, that's the plan. It was a blast. Hopefully this gave people an idea of what it's like leveling the build. And yeah, thanks everybody for tuning in. I'll see you guys over the weekend. Take it easy.